Well, good morning and welcome to today's council meeting. I welcome those in attendance in the chambers and those watching via live stream. This council meeting is being recorded whilst it's being live streamed to YouTube. The view you should see today during the live stream to YouTube will show the minutes of the meeting being recorded and the councillors and senior staff. As this recording will be available as a public record, those in attendance, including councillors, staff and members of the public, should refrain from making any defamatory statements. I'd also remind the public that the recording of this council meeting is not permitted under Council's Code of Meeting Practice unless prior approval has been obtained. Thank you. I'd also make a request to the gallery. This is a council meeting in the public view, so I would appreciate if all speakers could be heard in silence as well. Thank you. Rightio, moving on. Acknowledgement of country. Item 1. I acknowledge that we are gathered on Biripi land. I pay respect to the Biripi elders, both past and present, and also extend that respect to all other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who may be present today. Madam CEO, do we have anyone remotely attending the meeting?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Item 3, local government prayer. Now it gives me great pleasure to welcome Pastor David Pym from the Port Macquarie Baptist Church to deliver the local government prayer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Shall we pray? God in heaven and maker of all things, we give you great thanks for giving us life, the things we need to live day by day, and your own dear Son who we remember at Christmas time. We thank you for the chance to call the Hastings Valley our home and for the opportunity you give us to serve one another for the common good. We praise you for our councillors and we thank you for their willingness to serve us in the way that they are. As they meet together this morning, we ask that you give them the wisdom they will need to understand clearly the issues before them. Help them to hear one another well and to make decisions together for the good of the people and the good of the land. And we ask all of these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor David. Appreciate it. Madam CEO, do we have any apologies today?
Councillor Montman has an apology for today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I've just got to move that we accept the apologies. All those in favour? None opposed. I declare that carried unanimously. Item 5, confirmation of minutes, ordinary council meeting 14 November. Do I have a mover for the minutes? Councillor Interman, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Lipovac. Any comments, questions? No, I see none. I put that to the vote. All those in favour? See none against. Declare that carried unanimously. Item 6, disclosures of interest. Is there anyone that has a interest to disclose? Thank you, Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a non-pecuniary, less than significant interest in item 1103, Friends of Camden Head Lookout Volunteer Group. That reason being that John Bailey, who is listed as one of the volunteers seeking endorsement, ran on my group ticket at the local government election in September. I intend to remain in the meeting, participate and vote in the matter as this perceived conflict will not influence my decision making in the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. Any further declarations? Director Fish, thank you.
Thank you. I'll be declaring an interest in item 1304, Hastings River flood study extension. I'll be declaring a pecuniary interest in that item for the reason that I own a property in Port Macquarie that is within the flood planning area, and flood modelling impacts on that property may vary pending the outcome of the exhibition and adoption of the study.
Thank you, Director Fish. Any further declarations? I hear none. Thank you. Moving on, item 7, there are no Merrill minutes. Item 8, confidential correspondence to ordinary council meeting. There is none. Item 9, do I have a mover or a seconder that items 10.01, 10.07, 11.1, 11.5, 13.6, 13.8, 13.9, 13.10, 13.11, 13.13, 13.14 and 13.15 be considered in the block. A mover. Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. Second by Councillor Shepherd. No discussion on that. All those in favour? I see none against. Declare that carried unanimously. I'd also need a mover and a seconder that all recommendations listed in the block resolution are adopted by Council. Councillor Interman moved. Councillor Edwards second. All those in favour? All in favour, none opposed. To declare that carried unanimously. Item 10.02.
Yes, thank
Councillor
you.
Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to move this. And, well, just actually, I've put a question near this. Is that
Just a
correct?
question?
Yeah. Well, just flagging that I'd like to start the conversation about possibly getting some more dates into the reporting due date column. But in the meantime, just one question through you, Mr Mayor, I think to Director Fish. Just is there an imminent date planned for councillors to receive an update on the National Parks Wildlife Service revocation matter for Lake Road duplication?
Just as procedure, I'll pass that through the CEO in the first instance.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Director Fish, I'm happy for you to respond.
Through the Mayor, Madam CEO, we are progressing that matter and in correspondence with National Parks with respect to the compensatory land and obviously the various survey plans that are required to proceed with the revocation there. We can obviously update councillors at any, I guess, should they ever wish to receive an update on that item. Otherwise, once we get to a point of formalising the final offer, I'd expect that would be reported to council at that time.
Thank you, Director Fish. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the item? I think Councillor Edwards moved. Any second? Councillor Interman, thank you. Any discussion? Councillor Edwards? No? No further discussion. Put that to the vote. All those in favour? All in favour, none opposed. I declare that carried unanimously. Item 10.03, disclosure of interest return, designated persons. I'm happy to move that if I have a seconder. Councillor Interman, thank you. I have some documents that I will table. Any discussion or questions on this one? I see none. All those in favour? None opposed. I declare that carried unanimously. All right, item 10.04, notice of motion, correspondence from Port Hedland Council. Councillor Hornshaw, you have a motion.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Would you like me to read out the motion?
Yes, please.
That Council note the correspondence from the Town of Port Hedland Council as attached. Number 2, respond to the Town of Port Hedland Council thanking them for their correspondence. And number 3, note that matters relating to the regulation of vaccines are not the responsibility of local government and fall within the responsibilities of federal health authorities such as the Therapeutic Goods Administration.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Interman, thank you. Councillor Hornshaw, would you like to speak to your motion?
Certainly. The evidence is now overwhelming that the mRNA synthetic gene injections, falsely marketed as vaccines, were deadly. My own workmate was only 40, extremely fit and healthy and loved by all. Suddenly out of the blue diagnosed with stage 4 cancer and dead within a couple of months. He leaves behind a devastated widow. Cancer used to be a disease that predominantly affected the elderly. Now it's killing many more children and healthy young adults. Just about anyone you speak to has a similar story, a family member or friend who died suddenly or is suffering debilitating illness after taking this deadly jab. We heard from Avril on Monday night of a healthy 17-year-old cousin who died a week after taking the jab. I recently spoke to a local nurse from Port Macquarie Base Hospital who took the jab reluctantly to keep her job, then woke up in intensive care with breathing tubes and had to undergo a tracheotomy. That nurse wanted to speak at the public forum but was unable to do so. A local pharmacist called me this week and relayed that the number of people on medication for severe immune disorders has increased tenfold in the last year. These are rare and expensive medications. He said IVF treatments, Alzheimer's treatments and many others have increased by a similar magnitude. Member for Lyme, David Gillespie, who bears some culpability for pushing the deadly jabs as Minister for Regional Health, admitted in his final speech to Parliament that he is vax-injured. The evidence is undeniable for anyone who cares to look. The fact that these jabs were approved and then mandated was a travesty and represents the triumph of politics over science. There were never any scientific studies to show these shots were safe or effective. The trials were done on mRNA produced by an entirely different manufacturing process than the one that was used for the jabs that were rolled out for actual people. The whistleblowers included many top medical experts right from the start, but they were censored and ridiculed. It was not safe, it was not effective. Many of us could see this right from the start. When you have anti-scientific lockdowns as a coercion mechanism, censorship of science, the banning of effective treatments like ivermectin, and a wall-to-wall push through every media channel, the corporate world, the political establishment, threats of being fired for not taking it, ridicule of anyone who raised questions, it was easy to smell a rat. The more aggressive the push, the more resolve we had to resist it. We were called anti-vaxxers at the time, but today, by that standard, nearly everyone is an anti-vaxxer. We're told that there are more COVID cases today than ever, and unless you've had your booster shot every 6 months, you too have decided at some point or other that the shot is either unsafe or ineffective. Only about 2% of the population has had all the shots, and I would guess that many of them would be in nursing homes with little choice in the matter. The mRNA shots are not a vaccine. They do the opposite. They train the immune system to accept the COVID virus rather than fight it. This is known as immune tolerance and antibody-dependent enhancement. They're better described as gene therapy, and was the product of the gene therapy team at Pfizer that developed it. Allowing this medication to be labelled as a vaccine and to trade on the general trust people had in vaccines is what has caused many people to now be sceptical of anything marketed as a vaccine. You were told at the time you were a virtuous person if you took these jabs. Some people want to hold on to that happy thought, even against all evidence. A truly virtuous person is more interested in what is true than what tickles the ego for a fleeting moment. Seek the truth, and the truth will set you free. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hornshaw. Is there further speakers on this item? Question from Councillor Intiman.
Could it also be noted that I seconded this?
Happy to note that you second this. Thank you, Councillor Intiman.
Thank you, Councillor Hornshaw. I don't necessarily agree with everything that you said, and I understand...
Ellery.
Wait. And I understand that it really is quite difficult for some people to hear negative information about the vaccines. Nevertheless, I feel that it is important that what information is available does get out. So therefore my question is, can you outline some of the evidence, and realising that you only have a limited amount of time to answer, can you outline some of the evidence that was presented not only to Port Hedland but also to others, but importantly, what has been the TGA response to date? Thank you.
Sure thing. So during 2020 and early 2021, during the COVID pandemic, there was no increase in the death rate. The average age of death from COVID-19 was 87, which is older than the average life expectancy in Australia. Sadly, old people and those with comorbidities die from the flu every year. But since the rollout of the mRNA shots, there's been a massive increase in excess deaths, which is not reverting to the mean. Ask any funeral director or life insurance statistician. First trimester miscarriages increased from about 10% to over 80% during the initial rollout when people were being double jabbed. There's an increase in cancers, including turbo cancers among young people, increase in myocarditis, infertility, sudden death, COVID itself, blood clots, and a host of other conditions. The report by Dr. Speecher that's outlined by the Port Hedland motion confirmed very high levels of foreign synthetic DNA within the COVID gene injections in Australian vials, up to 145 times the limit set by regulators, confirming similar findings from Germany, the USA and Canada. Even the safety of what the TGA considers acceptable, 10 nanograms per dose, is questionable because it's based on naked DNA, not lipid nanoparticle encapsulated DNA, where there's no safe limit. The lipid nanoparticles deliver the toxins directly to the cells, including the brain, the heart, reproductive organs and other vital organs, with known risks of cancer, genomic instability, immune system disruption and even hereditary effects. It contains the SV40 enhancer, which is a known carcinogen. 3 molecules of this can cause cancer. There's over 100 billion molecules in the Pfizer shots, per shot, wrapped in lipid nanoparticles. The TGA's response is to issue a now discredited media release and totally fail to address the findings of scientists worldwide. Professor Kevin McKernan, world-renowned leader of the Human Genome Project, has confirmed this. He's found plasmid DNA sequences within a tumour of a COVID-jabbed cancer victim. There's overwhelming evidence showing the need for proper investigation by our regulators.
Councillor Hornshaw, I will just ask you to wrap up, please.
Sure. I'll just say the TGA is 96% funded by big pharma corporations. So it's unsurprising that they'd be prepared to lie to protect their interests. It's like big tobacco saying smoking has no health effects. But it's worse because they do so under the cover of being a government department and preying on people's trust. The details there in the Port Hedland documents that are tabled with this motion, if you care to look. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hornshaw. Just a reminder to the gallery, I have suggested that there's no recording of this particular meeting. It is recorded. It's also live streamed. If there is anyone recording, I will ask our security to escort you out. That is the last warning. Thank you. Any further speakers on this item? Councillor Shepherd, thank you.
Thank you. I'm rising to speak against from the outset, I'd like to acknowledge particularly that words like anti-vaxxer, I personally consider to be a slur. They're intended to undermine the general credibility of a person without engaging with the substance of their views whatsoever. And so I hope, in our debates and our discussions with community members, and I hope certainly people in the audience aren't subjected to those sorts of terms that are meant to undermine credibility more broadly. However, in the course of the comments so far, there are such a length of comments presented as facts that I do not consider correct. Many of those are in the correspondence that was sent to us by Port Hedland, and to my view, more broadly, it's not appropriate to note and thank for correspondence that has that does not in relation to a matter that does not fall within the remit of council. I'm rising to speak against because I think it's really important that when matters of this nature come to council, that there is openness about the reasons of voting against, and I prefer to be open about my reasons than be silent and then vote against.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Any further speakers on this item? Councillor Interman, thank you. Gallery, please.
Thank you. I speak in favour of the motion. I understand that there was a lot of anxiety created by this notice of motion being put up, mostly because this matter is so divisive. As a scientist, I am optimistic that we can in fact find agreement where we are willing to look at the facts and the data. I don't believe that our sanity or our health are progressed by denying a voice to opposing views. And so therefore I thank Councillor Hornshaw for bringing this forward. I hope that this is the just the first of where we might consider this in this gallery. I don't agree that it's not within council's remit. We have a responsibility to the well-being of our community as councillors. I understand that the organisation thinks differently, but as councillors we are here, we have a responsibility to our community and to raise matters of importance, and in this particular instance, in matters that are highly controversial and divisive. The way to deal with that is not to silence people, but to enable proper debate to take place. I agree with Councillor Shepherd that some of the information that came from Port Hedland is one-sided, but the reality is no one presentation can present the whole of the information. Everything is partial, every statement is partial. And we have a responsibility here to take that information on board, digest it and deal with it appropriately, not to silence people or denigrate people for the fact that they can't present everything. No one can. For that reason, I've got in my mind that what we need in Australia is a Royal Commission into this. There was a request last week. I've got to hurry up. There was a request on Monday by me to the gallery to say, what can we do? I've done a little bit of research since then, and there was a Senate inquiry, made its findings in September, and they recommended a Royal Commission into Australia's response to the COVID pandemic. I suggest that everyone who's interested in this matter does in fact pursue that and contact the Prime Minister, your local representatives, to lobby for this. Again, data and facts, that's what I'm interested in. I have been following the medical side of this. I have a biochemical background. I've been following the medical science on this since the beginning of COVID, and I am absolutely certain that these vaccines, the mRNA vaccines, were in fact presented a harm and a risk to certain members of the population, not the whole population. And for that reason, it is an important matter for us to consider and hopefully get the truth out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. Any further speakers? Councillor Edwards.
Move an amendment, Mr Mayor. Just based on what I've heard from councillors, it really made me think about what's before us. So I would like to propose keeping clauses 1 and 3, but without clause 2, in the interest of perhaps being able to find unanimous support.
Okay, has this been provided to staff, or are we doing this on the floor?
No, it's just exactly the same as Mr Hornshaw's, and it's I've only just thought of it, sorry, Mr Mayor, as the debate's unfolding, so...
So we're just taking out 2?
That's right, yeah, simply
Everything else remains the same?
Everything else remains the same.
Thank you. We'll just wait for that to be typeset and then I'll get a seconder. Okay, thank you, Gallery. So we have an amendment moved by Councillor Edwards. Is there a seconder? No seconder. Lapses. We're back to where we were before, the original motion. Any further speakers?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Then I'll speak in support of this, in light of that there wasn't the support for that, but I'll give my reasons why I was actually seeking that as well, because I think that two things, if we're responding to thank the council over there, I do think that in a way sort of signals, that's a good process. And if I was in Port Hedland Council, I certainly wouldn't be happy to use the ratepayers' money there to contact all these other councils throughout the country. And I would say that I would have preferred to see this from Mr Hornshaw just coming to the floor, not necessarily on the back of correspondence we've received from elsewhere. Because if this is a grassroots, our community concern, then I would have preferred to see it instigated that way. So having said that, I'll wrap it up. I am going to vote in support of this because I think that it is clearly a big issue, and I'm happy with the other 2 clauses, so I can compromise and accept that we'll respond to Port Hedland Council on this occasion.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Question, Councillor Hornshaw?
May I propose an amendment to the motion?
Yes.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to add a 4th and 5th clause in light of what Councillor Interman has said. So point 4, note that councillors are also elected to represent their community generally. And point 5, note the interest in the gallery in calling for a thoroughgoing Royal Commission into DNA contamination in the synthetic gene injections, in brackets mRNA COVID-19 vaccines, and its capacity to harm.
Thank you. And item 5, I think Councillor Hornshaw noted in the gallery instead of chamber.
In the gallery.
Yeah, so we'll just have that adjusted. Thank you. Okay, do I have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Interman, thank you. Councillor Hornshaw, would you like to speak to the amendment?
Thank you. Councils call for royal commissions into all sorts of things all the time, and often successfully, into aged care, into suicide, into domestic violence, into many things, and often the federal government takes note. The federal government's own Senate inquiry has recommended a Royal Commission into the COVID vaccine or the COVID-19 episode, which the government has ignored. Councils have a job to advocate for their community. We heard from the Speaker on Monday night, Peter, and he listed council takes an interest when there's pollution in the water at the airport, when there's salmonella in the blueberries, when there's Legionnaire's disease in the water towers. It takes an interest in health. But it particularly took an interest in this vaccine. Here's some posts from the council's Facebook page from October 2021, 8th of October. As New South Wales reopens, new guidelines will come into play. Actually, let me read the other one first. From September, 30th September, Mid-North Coast Health are hosting a walk-in vaccine clinic offering the Pfizer vaccine. If you haven't already got yours, head to the Port Macquarie Vaccine Hub, and this gives the date and address. You don't need appointments, just bring your Medicare card and photo ID. Remember to wear your mask and practice social distancing. Let's do this! Exclamation mark.
Gallery. Gallery.
Please.
Sorry, Councillor Hornshaw, please take your seat. This is a final warning to anyone in the gallery that likes to interject. I will ask security to escort you out individually. If it persists, I will clear the gallery. Thank you. Councillor Hornshaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And the second one, as New South Wales reopens our services from Monday 11th of October, to visit our venues, please show proof of double vaccination prior to entry. Be ready to show your vaccination certificate for ease of access, etc., etc. So council took an interest in pushing this vaccine and then mandating this vaccine to access council premises. And so we have an interest in whether what we were doing was safe. And so we have an interest in not determining the outcome, but in calling for a Royal Commission to bring all the facts to the table. Yes, there are different experts. Some people trust the court experts who were paid to say, yeah, it's great, and close their eyes. Others trust those who were disbarred, who lost their medical licences. World-renowned experts who were willing to be vilified for speaking the truth. But we want a Royal Commission to investigate all sides of the story. And so we're not asking the CEO to do anything or write any letters. We're just noting that that's the opinion of many people in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers on the amendment? Councillor Shepherd, thank you.
Thank you. A point of order, Mr Mayor, in relation to whether the amendment that's on the table, as I understand it, because the mover and seconder have indicated they intend to take in those 2 points, whether in fact we're still with the motion, it is simply an amended motion that we're dealing with.
That's a fair comment. Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. On procedure, you are correct. It could be the motion if Councillor Hornshaw and Intamin are happy to have that replace the motion. Councillor Hornshaw?
I'd like to leave it as an amendment, if I may.
Okay. Thank you.
A point of order, I understand that that's not available to the mover and the seconder of a motion to move an amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. I will take some advice on that through the CEO to the relevant staff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through to you.
Through you, Madam CEO, I don't believe there's anything in the Code of Meeting Practice that prevents a mover of a motion to actually amend that after there's been discussion.
Thank you. So it stands as an amendment, is the advice that I just heard. Any further speakers on the amendment? Councillor Intamin. Councillor Shepherd.
Yes, so obviously this takes it further than what I was already uncomfortable with, and to some extent, to further explain my views, even on the motion that's aside at the moment, is my view is that this is an extraordinarily complex matter, both from a technical standpoint as well as a sociological standpoint and a relational standpoint within our community, and that this is not the forum for these sorts of discussions, noting that it's not possible to address that nuance in 3 minutes or 5 minutes or even an hour, if that's where we end up today. And so my view is that this isn't the forum for us to be addressing it, and the extension of the motion at present I view as evidence of my views on that. That here we are extending the discussion on the floor in ways that I think become more and more precarious. So I, for those reasons, not supporting the amendment at this stage or the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Any further speakers on the amendment? Councillor Intamin? Yeah.
I have in mind something a little different to this, but nevertheless I'll speak in favour of this because of my view that, excuse me, sorry, because of my view that this needs to be aired. Controversial matters do not only fester when they're held in silence. There needs to be a willingness of on people generally, people of truth, people who want the facts, to be able to speak even though they might disagree with each other on certain things. It cannot be the case that we reduce to tribalism, whereby I don't agree. If I don't agree with what some person says about something, then I disagree with everything they say, and I feel that that's where we've got to. We really need to be able to speak about these matters quite openly. I have in mind the notion that a Royal Commission into Australia's response to the COVID pandemic would be a better way to go. However, I'm going to support this because it is the matter that brought this to this floor, this concern about the contamination. My understanding is, and I believe these are the facts, my understanding is that these, what are you calling them? Synthetic gene injections. It's my opinion that the mRNA injections was developed in a laboratory setting by the manufacturers, that governments, many governments around the world, have abrogated their responsibilities for the safety of that to mere trust to the companies which are producing these vaccines. And it seems to me, from the rising death rates which we are experiencing around the world, and to my knowledge, Australia is not monitoring it, that there are rising death rates around the world, which could well be attributed to many or various aspects of what happened during the COVID pandemic. It could be due to isolation, which we all suffered from. It could be due to the lack of ability to go and get medical help. It could be due to, in fact, the vaccines. We owe it to ourselves, to our future and to future generations, to take this seriously, to be able to discuss it around facts without getting emotional, but in fact to keep it in mind how important this is. This issue is so important to the health of our country going forward, and so I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Intamin. Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will state for the record that I was comfortable supporting the original motion, but not this amendment. I did want to note that the Port Hedland CEO, Carl Askew, who, in following up the resolution of his councillors, and was instructed to contact all local governments and the Prime Minister so that we could consider the new findings on the COVID-19 vaccinations. Mr Askew resigned last month, reasons unknown. As outlined in the former CEO's letter that we received, the only correspondence we didn't get, that's all councils and the PM, was a letter sent to Port Hedland Council from the Therapeutic Goods Administration that confirmed the safety of the vaccines. I contacted the acting CEO, Mark Dacomb, yesterday, asking to forward through that correspondence so that we could provide a balanced argument on the floor of the chamber. That has yet to be received. So according to the Australian Bureau of Statistics, there are approximately 566 local governments nationwide, Yet only one council has determined this as a course of action they wanted to pursue. In my opinion, and dare I suggest in the opinion of the 565 other councils, they believe this falls outside their scope of responsibilities, it falls outside their obligations and outside their range of duties. It would be more effective, in my opinion, it would be far more effective if any person residing in this LGA who is so strongly motivated to see some action taken, then may I suggest you write to your local state and federal members to take action, to follow up on your concerns relating to this matter. Council, as you know, is the third tier of government, and at the time we were bound by the decisions made at state and federal level and via health authorities to do what was believed to be the right thing for the safety and well-being of its citizens. Every business and organisation around the country was told in no uncertain terms to follow that advice. Due to the risk of infection being high and vaccination was required, it was compulsory, and rightly or wrongly, we complied. Now, with all due respect, those who are asking for council to intervene or to represent them on the COVID vaccines issue, based on the actions of one council out of 566, although we did have a quiet conversation prior to the meeting, myself and Councillor Hornshaw, and he's indicated there's 2 or 3 other councils that are now considering this matter, or have. Based on the actions of a few councils out of 566, I'm afraid you don't represent the majority of local residents who just want this council to focus on our core responsibilities. 1,000 people writing to their state and or federal member would be far more effective than one letter sent from this council. This is not a council matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. Any further speakers on the amendment? I hear none. I will put the amendment. All those in... Not on the amendment. Thank you. All those in favour of the amendment? Councillor Interman, Hornshaw, Roberts, Kirkman. Those against? Councillor Shepherd, Lipovac, Edwards, Tubman. I see that as a 4-4 split. I will not use the casting vote, so we revert automatically back to the motion. So the motion that was originally put was 3 items long, I believe. So we'll have that back on the screen. Thank you. And I note that we've already had 4 speakers, 3 for, 1 against. Does anyone that hasn't spoken on the original motion wish to speak? I see and hear none. Okay. Write a reply to Councillor Hornshaw.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to comment on a few of the things that Councillor Lipovac said, there have been about 5 councils that have already considered this, and there'll be many more in the new year. And this doesn't have to represent a majority of the community, but it has to it represents a sizable proportion of the community. We're not making it council business to determine an outcome, but we're making it council business. We already made it council business when we promoted this vax. And so we're following through on what we ourselves as a council have put in train to make sure that what we did is safe. What did the TGA report? The TGA issued a media release, but the testing that's based on is 19 pages that look like this, redacted, black. I didn't want to print it all because it'd be too costly for my ink.
Councillor
Hornshaw. There are 19 pages.
Councillor Hornshaw, could I, sorry to interrupt. Could you please address the chair when you're speaking? Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you.
But it says in an unredacted part, Mr. Chair, on page 5, the purpose of this procedure is to detect and quantify residual plasmid DNA in mRNA drug substance or mRNA product intermediate using a real-time quantitative PCR, qPCR, assay designed to amplify the kinatamycin, I can't pronounce it, resistant gene in the plasmid. Now that qPCR process is patented by Moderna. And Moderna in their patent, Mr. Chair, say quantitative PCR, qPCR, often applied to measure the residual DNA, but it only detects the DNA molecules that contain both qPCR primers, thus does not measure all other similar DNA molecules that are partially digested. In other words, the test that the TGA used was one that the manufacturer said fails and is unable to detect what it's looking for. They closed their eyes, Mr. Mayor, and didn't want to see it. So the The regulator is bought and paid for. The regulator is 96% funded by the industry it's supposed to regulate. It's called industry capture. That's why we need a review, a Royal Commission independent of that body. That's off the table, but I'd still commend the original motion to the floor, that we at least have given people the chance to air their views and acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hornshaw. That being the right of reply, I put the motion. All those in favour? Councillor Interman, Hornshaw, Roberts, Kirkman, Tubman, Edwards. Those against? Councillor Shepherd, Councillor Lipovac. Declare the motion carried. Thank you. I will just remind the gallery, if their item has passed, they are able to leave the gallery as they require. However, thank you, gallery. I will pause the meeting whilst those who wish to leave exit before we proceed. Thank you. Okay, councillors, I think we can proceed. Thank you, gallery, for your prompt response. You're more than welcome to stay or go as you require, but please, if someone is talking, please be respectful that you're not too noisy so we can hear each other, because it is quite difficult to hear from this end of the chamber. Thank you. So I have item 10.05, notice of motion, quadruple bottom line obligations. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that Council 1 request the Chief Executive Officer provide a report to the February 2025 Ordinary Meeting of Council that details the proposed plans to progress embedding structured and data-driven consideration of the quadruple bottom line into Council decision-making, including but not limited to A, inclusion of the QBL implications in all Council reports as a standard item for consideration, and B, the integrated planning and reporting framework and suite of documents and QBL outcomes being reported in Council's annual report. And 2, that Council request the Chief Executive Officer to facilitate a councillor workshop in March 2025 regarding item 1 above and the implications for delivery of Council's 25-26 IPNR suite of documents, including the following: A, costs likely to be associated with actioning the outcome of Council's consideration of item 1 in the draft IPNR documents, and B, resourcing available or required to support progressing the plans to embed a structured and data-driven consideration of QBL in council decision-making, including but not limited to external organisations such as the joint organisation and establishing community reference group or advisory committee.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Do I have a seconder for this item? Councillor Interman, thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. So the intention of this motion is really to create an opportunity for council to secure visibility across how we're progressing towards meeting our obligations in relation to quadruple bottom line. There are actions already in train, however they've been delayed over the course of several years for a variety of reasons, and how council hasn't had visibility across the reasons for that or what the plan is moving forward into the future. So that's the thrust of Clause 1. The second clause is really to provide councillors an opportunity to, instead of that just coming to us in a draft a draft document in March with all of the rest of the huge suite of IPNR, that instead we've got the opportunity to engage with that in a meaningful way ahead of time, so that we can make an informed decision and make sure that we're happy that the processes are and plans are in place to ensure that we're meeting our obligations into the future.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Any further speakers on the item? Councillor Edwards.
I have a question, Madam Mayor, Mr Mayor, which I've just thought of, because I actually did put up a NOM for this, a notice of motion for this meeting, seeking a workshop too. But question through you to to Dr. Allen, Madam CEO, would the workshop requested in this notice of motion also be of a broader nature than just the quadruple bottom line aspect of the integrated planning and reporting?
Thank you,
Or
Madam
does this
CEO.
limit us?
Sorry, through you, Mr Mayor. I guess we would follow this in terms of being able to provide a report upon the IPNR and document and in regards to the QBL, but not necessarily a full report in terms of the IPNR. That's my understanding. Director Watkins, is that your understanding?
Madam CEO, the workshop can be broader, but the report will be about the QBL.
Thank you. Any further speakers?
Sorry,
Councillor Inton.
Does a question through you to Councillor Edwards. So, Councillor Edwards, are you suggesting that the briefing cover something in particular that isn't in the report?
Councillor Interman, I was just checking if the workshop would be broader than just the quadruple bottom line aspect of the IPNR, the integrated planning and reporting, and I'm very happy with that response, that it can be broader.
Thank you. All right. Any further speakers? Councillor Hornshaw.
I'd like to speak against the motion, Mr Mayor. I've studied sustainable business at MBA level. I won a Sustainable Business Award in 2007, long before it was the household word that it is today. We called it the triple bottom line back then. It's grown to quadruple. No doubt pretty soon it'll be the quintuple bottom line, because the woke agenda is never satiated. I've also been invited and did address the Finance Ministry of Bangladesh to lecture on development economics. I presented a conference paper on ethical business reporting. The popular version of that has had tens of thousands of views at the Foundation for Economic Education, fee.org, and it's called Is Stakeholder Capitalism Newspeak for Economic Fascism? The bottom line is an accounting term. It's what happens when you have a bunch of numbers, you add them and subtract them. E, S and G don't fit into that. It's meant to be a metaphor, but it's a bad metaphor. To call the reporting of environmental, social and governance a bottom line just doesn't fit. Those are soft targets. There are some numerical targets attached to them, but you can't add them together. And so you can't get to a bottom line even from the numerical components of that. So it's a poor metaphor, but it makes us think that we can just give ourselves a report card and say, yes, we've done that. And so I think the bottom line belongs in accounting, and everything else, environmental, social and governance, is meant to be what the council does. Whether we've created a good environment and whether we have good governance and whether it's a nice social environment and a good community is what our voters are going to tell us when they vote. If they think that we're creating those things, they'll vote for us. And if they think that we're not, they'll vote for somebody else. We can't just give ourselves a report card on those things and pass it off as this pseudo-accounting framework that it doesn't fit in. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hornshaw. Any further speakers? Councillor Interman.
Thank you. Just to comment on this, and look, I'm as suspicious and disbelieving of instant answers as anyone. But for me, the quadruple bottom line, look, it's a convenient title that we give it, but what is it? And for me, that place, that governance, is where we, as individuals, take on board the issues of social, economic and environment and try to make a decision based on those. I absolutely agree with Councillor Hornshaw that they don't add up. They just don't. But they are a point where we, as decision makers, take on board these other three items and try to accommodate them into a good decision. That's governance, to my way of thinking. It can't be mechanised. It's about intellect. It's about grappling with difficult subjects and about coming to a decision. That's where governance exists. And if we try to mechanise it, it's not going to work. Look, I hate QBL as a phrase, quadruple bottom line as a phrase. If someone can come up with a better one, that would be great. But for me, it's about decision making. It's about ethics. It's about acknowledging that there are things beyond oneself that have importance. And that's where we try to grapple with them and come to a decision across a multitude of frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Intamin. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking for this, and I would just like to remark on a couple of the things mentioned on the floor. I do disagree with some of the comments put forward by Councillor Hornshaw, although I respect his work in this space, things that he's looked into and written, but I disagree because there is a value that can be calculated in all things, and there is a system of environmental and economic accounting out there, and there is a need and also a movement among accounting standards to determine the risks to or of climate change and biodiversity. So there is lots of training available to councillors, so I welcome all councillors to jump on and look for these sorts of things and take the opportunity to get across this.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Any further speakers for or against? I see none. Right of reply, Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you very much for the points raised in debate for and against. I think that's exactly what contributes to good decision making in this space. So to respond to some of the points raised, I agree that with the QBL that in fact it's very easy for it to become a matter of giving ticks, yes we've done this, yes we've done that, and in fact that's the problem. At the moment, Council is required to use the quadruple bottom line as foundational principles for what we do, and we're required to report against that. And my view is that the rigour with which we do that is not high enough. And we've known that for some time, and we've initiated processes to make it more rigorous and more clear exactly what we're delivering and why. And how we're progressing, but those have been much delayed and we don't know how it's going. And so my motion, pushing for a data-driven, structured consideration of how we're progressing on delivering on these things that we're required to deliver on, is with intent trying to address that exact issue. Yes, we might not be able to do that with all numbers because some of these things can't be brought down to numbers, but let's think about our annual report and our State of the Region report that came to the last meeting. Some of the feedback that I provided and some of the commentary I provided was my concern that in fact it was an overly positive picture of what Council had delivered in the last year and the last term, and that in fact if we were looking clearly at some of these factors that we're intended to report on, that would be clearer. It would be clearer in fact what we're delivering and what we're not delivering to our community beyond a list of particular activities or financial results. So thank you again very much for raising the issues, because this is exactly how we're then able to have a to and fro on some of these discussions. So I commend my colleagues to consider finding this structured and data-driven way to approach things, to get this report back in February and then to have a workshop where we can further have these sorts of discussions. And just in closing as well, I thank the CEO for the brief comments noting that the report is achievable and able to be delivered during business as usual activities. My understanding is that's because ultimately these are things we need to be doing anyway, and so it's relevant for us to be taking this action and making sure that Council have visibility across this very important issue of having a data-driven and structured approach to what can otherwise be could otherwise be considered quite a fluffy topic. We need a data-driven and structured approach.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Going to put the item to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Interman, Shepherd, Lipovac, Tubman, Edwards. Those against? Councillor Hornshaw, Roberts, Kirkman. Declare the motion carried. Thank you. Okay, item 10.06, notice of motion, money reserves explainer. Councillor Edwards, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Move this notice of motion that I put on the agenda. The recommendation is that Council request the Chief Executive Officer to develop an updated money reserves explainer to be distributed with the rates first instalment notice for the 2025-2026 financial year.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Tubman, thank you. Councillor Edwards, would you like to speak?
Yes, I'll just be really brief about this, but in the last term of Council, there was a money reserves explainer, something that Council produced, which went some ways to helping the community and councillors, I think, understand a little bit about Council's financial position, the reserves that they hold. And so I think it's prudent that as we develop the next delivery program and look four-year outlook and the budgets that go along with that there's something there that's well communicated to the population, to the community through the rates notice, and then perhaps be available. So I seek support for this, as I think it would help with transparency and understanding.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Any further speakers? Councillor Tubman.
Yeah, I think that I'm speaking in favour of this motion. I believe that it's going to be beneficial for the community so that they know where their rates are going and are getting it more regularly. I believe that this is going to address some of the issues with, how people receive that information with their rates and for all residents. So that's why I'm in favour of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tubman. Any further speakers? Councillor Shepherd.
Yes, very, very much in support of this. There have certainly been misunderstandings within the community over both the last and the previous term, in fact, in relation to the notion of the reserves. I think those issues are probably going to change in terms of the misunderstandings within the community, because as we know, the reserves are going to be substantially depleted during this term, so there's going to be virtually nothing left. And so we might have different issues towards the end of this term with people understanding, well, where did that money go? Yes, we have answers to that, but it might be worth us considering how we foreshadow that in this reserves explainer in terms of identifying the committed spending, especially with those big infrastructure projects, and also foreshadowing as a result when that will be happening. I think it would be useful to support community understanding throughout the course of the term. So thanks for bringing this motion. I also commend it to my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Any further speakers? I see none. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All in favour, none opposed. I declare that carried unanimously. All right, item 10.08, monthly budget review, November 2024. Do I have a mover for this item? Anybody? Thank you. Councillor Interman, seconded by Councillor Lipovac. Great, thanks. Would you like to speak to this, Councillor Interman?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor. I may wait until I hear what Councillor Edwards has to say.
Okay. I will move to Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I just had some words around this. I'm going to vote for it and support it and acknowledge it. But some of the commentary moving forward, I'm sort of seeking that that budget variations report is a little clearer, a little more accurate after a very good conversation with Director Henschke in the last couple of days. I have a little bit of commentary to make on a particular item in this budget variation, which is the customer experience fit-out project, the customer service fit-out project, which folks would notice because there's a change here when you enter the chambers at the moment whilst we do some renovations. But generally speaking, in my opinion, I think we need the organisation to be a little bit more prepared, to be able to pause, prioritise and pivot when a situation arises that suggests the need to assess what is nice to have and need to have, especially in light of recent council decisions to defer other projects to outside of the long-term financial plan, to put them out of the 10-year horizon whilst we look at our affordability for those big projects that were just mentioned, which will take a significant amount of the reserves. And so I would just seek that we all think about that a little bit more when we come to, and especially looking at this budget variations, keep that in mind, nice to have, need to have. I think that's a conversation we're going to have more and more. So that's all I'd have to say on that.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Any further speakers? Councillor Intiman.
Thank you. Okay, so the monthly budget review, obviously, comes every month and considers adjustments to the budget during the month for various reasons. And we are currently in a balanced budget and maintaining it. All of that is good. Thank you, Councillor Edwards, for pause, prioritise and pivot, and for your discussions with Director Henschke. I absolutely agree with overall strategic planning, that is essential, but also, as I'll hope to raise later on regarding stormwater matters, we also must be able to be flexible to adapt to new circumstances. And I would like to congratulate the Director Henschke and his team for the work that is being done to try to give us a clear strategic position, and would like to encourage him, as I understand he is receptive to be receptive to this notion that we also need to be flexible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Intiman. No further speakers. I'll put the item to the vote. All those in favour? All in favour, none against. I declare that carried unanimously. Okay, item 10.09, Improvement Plan 2022-26, General Fund Operating Performance. Do I have a mover? Councillor Shepherd, as per recommendation. Councillor Shepherd?
Yes.
Yep. Happy to take a seconder. Sure. Councillor Intiman, thank you. Councillor Shepherd would like to talk to this one.
Thank you. Look, I think it's always going to be worthwhile us bringing this one out of the block and drawing people's attention to it. A part of what we get and what the community gets from a close inspection of the General Fund Improvement Plan for the operating performance is a bit of an insight, and not a whole insight, but a bit of an insight into Council's financial position and struggles moving forward. A very quick look at the diagram, or the table, sorry, in relation to our operating performance into the future paints a bit of a bleak picture. Realistically, and I was of a view to request that in fact we have regular updates on our operating performance ratio in the in the quarterly budget review statement reports. However, at the moment we are receiving this on a twice yearly basis as it is, and as you'll note from the General Fund Improvement Plan report, one of our key issues at the moment is the quality, the accuracy and the reliability of the data at the moment in order to be able to inform or calculating that operating performance ratio as it is. So we'll all know, and certainly we need to keep track on that one of the key issues for Council at the moment is improving the quality and accuracy of our data. What we see in this plan is a suite of activities that are focused very much on that are going to provide our opportunity to have that high quality long-term financial planning, and will be critical to us ensuring the financial sustainability of Council into the future. So thank you very much for this report, and lots of activities there we all need to be staying closely across.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Any further speakers? I see Councillor Edwards for the light on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just voting for this again. Thank you very much for this report. This is great that we get this regularly. I just would comment, so speaking for, I understand there's also a plan, I believe, to present councillors with some sort of table listing projects or works, that we can look at as not as need to have or nice to have, which I mentioned in the last item just moments ago. And I do think that having read this report, just to bear in mind for councillors, it's vital, I think, that this happen for all council spending, including the transformation spend moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Being no further speakers, I put that item. All those in favour? All in favour, none opposed. I declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 10.10, Highway Service Centre Sewer Works Developer Deed.
Thank you. I'd like to move an alternate motion, please, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Shepherd has a motion to move. With that being, Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. That council defer a decision on entering into a developer deed for the detailed designs until such time as council has received further briefing and reporting in the long-term financial plan, and seek more information in relation to the matter via a report to council, including the long-term financial plan review, progress on the Sandcrocs Fernbank structure plan, and VPA and works in kind considerations in relation to costs of design.
Thank you. We'll just note that as a motion, but I will need a seconder. Anyone happy to second? Councillor Edwards, thank you. Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor Shepherd?
Yeah, thank you. Just, I'd like to limit my comments just now, but happy to extend on them if that's the desire of council. But for now, I just want to note that this decision before us does have strategic implications that I think that we really need to understand before we commit the funds further. And in addition to the strategic implications, I note that under the existing VPA, my understanding is that the developer is technically responsible for these design costs rather than council. And while I think there has been a reasonable argument made for the public benefit, that there is an existing agreement there, and putting $360,000 towards this particular decision would mean $360,000 not available to enable infrastructure that could be valuable in other regards. So I'm happy to limit my comments to that at this stage of the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. I do have a question to the CEO without notice. Apologies. Looking at this for the first time that I can recall, is there any staff, including yourself, that could offer an opinion on whether this has significant implications on anything we're doing or potential ramifications for the developer, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Director Fish can respond.
Yeah, through you, Madam CEO. Just in terms of, I guess, the motion that's on the floor at the moment to defer, I guess, reporting or further advice back to council would likely be in parallel with consideration of the long-term financial plan, which would be incorporated as part of the integrated planning reporting documentation, which would be obviously coming to council next year. If council were to defer, I guess the other parties to the VPA would need to consider their options under that, which would be, obviously, there's probably three ways that could go. One, they could wait. Secondly, the development that's the subject of the VPA, being the Highway Service Centre, may also proceed with a on-site sewage management system. It is noted within the report there with regards to, I guess, that being an undesirable outcome, given the future intention to obviously connect to sewer at that site, and the nature of the land use being unsuitable, or typically unsuitable for an on-site management system. And then, thirdly, they could obviously choose to proceed and elect to do the design work, and then obviously further discussions with respects to the actual construction works when it got to that point in time. So they would be obviously decisions that the other parties would need to make. Just with respects to the VPA itself, there is information within Part 12.2 of the VPA which relates to direction by council to undertake design, and the cost of that being borne by Scott PDI. I do note, though, within the definitions that are within that document, under the sewer infrastructure works, it does reference construction works and also the DS or the developer servicing plan. As you see projects that appear in a developer servicing plan, the full costs of construction within that, so that would include design and construction costs are built into what you see within a developer servicing plan. So ultimately contributions are calculated based on the inclusion of design costs being a part of that.
Thank you, Director Fish. I was following that. Any further speakers on this item? Councillor Tubman.
Yeah. I support this motion with the deferral. One concern I have is that, you know, the area that we're looking at putting this sewage in isn't even zoned for residential, so it's in the future pipeline possibly, but it'll be years away before that this sewage system, the benefit of this sewage system would be beneficial to the community. And I'm just concerned that while we have Warhope flooding, and yet we're doing this to potentially, you know, support a developer put in a service centre when they do have options of on-site sewage. I would like to look into this further as well, which is why I'd also prefer it to be deferred as well. But I'm just concerned that we're supporting the future infrastructure that can't be utilised in the near future at the detriment of other areas that may actually need the money for the sewer infrastructure in more recent times for that. So that's why I support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Tubman. Further speakers? Councillor Hornshaw.
I'd like to speak against this motion. I drive north and south quite often. I've used all the petrol stations along the way. Kalongalook has on-site sewerage and it's disgusting, smelly, broken all the time, out of order. It just can't handle it. A service centre will bring in millions of dollars per year, where otherwise people travelling north would either just keep going up to Kempsey and they'd use, you know, the petrol stations and the McDonald's and all of that up there, or they have to come round the donut and try to get into the service centre that's there on the opposite side of the road, which is very awkward. The traffic there is terrible. It's not big enough. So a service centre on the western side of the road would be a great benefit to the community, and if all we need to do is connect it to sewer, we shouldn't delay that and make the developer wait until we do something else that's out of his control. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hornshaw. Any further speakers? Councillor Intiman.
Question, please. Mr Mayor,
Sure.
presumably through you to Director Fish. I don't believe... so there's been a concept plan, Director Fish, that's already been put forward by the proponents. Is that correct?
We'll go through the CEO. Thank you.
Go through the CEO?
Yeah.
By the proponents, and so therefore it's not a fait accompli that they're going to end up with an on-site sewage system. My question is, and also, so that would be the first question. It is not fait accompli that they're going to end up with an on-site sewage system. They have a design already, a concept design already in place. Do we know how they might respond to this in terms of the design works only? And then I have a supplementary question, please.
Thank you. Madam CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Director Fish, you can respond to those questions.
Yeah, through you, Madam CEO, I guess their response, as I mentioned, would likely be one of those three options that I've previously mentioned in terms of the direction that they may take. And to answer your question, so there's been I guess some very high-level concept design work which has informed the potential, I guess, the arrangement that would be required to service the area, which would obviously be further progressed through this detailed design phase. I probably would just like to answer or respond to Councillor Tubman's comment, if I could take that opportunity.
Sure.
The funding of any works here comes out of the sewer fund, so the matter of anything related to stormwater is irrelevant to this matter.
Thank you. Councillor Intiman, do you have a supplementary?
I do, thank you. Through you to Madam CEO and presumably to the Director. Okay, so this design is only the first step along the way. And it is already in the agreement that the proponent does the design. What is bigger and more important is what follows on from it, which is the construction, which is not necessarily immediate. It would happen as time went on. So can we have a comment on that? A comment on that, please. Thank you.
Thank
Through you, Madam CEO.
Mr Mayor, Director Fish.
Yeah, through you, Madam CEO, I'll probably just firstly clarify, the design could go a number of ways, and they're articulated within the report in terms of the options that are available there, so Council could also progress with the design itself. The VPA provides, I guess, a way that may occur through the parties to the VPA. I might just get you to clarify the second part of your question, though I didn't quite understand what you're actually requesting there.
Thank you. Councillor Inchman.
If Council defers this and so therefore leaves the design to go to the proponent, presumably that is only the first step along the way. That enables them to take their first steps, but Council needs to be involved once the actual construction takes place, which means that I'm just concerned about the interaction that goes on here as to what design does end up being chosen and the implications on that for then our involvement in construction at a later date. I agree with the deferral, but I just want to be able to know that we can mesh these things together. Can we have a comment on that, please?
Thank you. Through you, Madam CEO.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor, Director Fish.
Yeah, through you, Madam CEO. Well, I guess Council would be involved through the full life of the project. So this sewer infrastructure services that, I guess, the full corridor and future growth areas, as outlined in the report, identified in the structure plan that's been drafted and have been, I guess, earmarked for that purpose for some time. Director Watkins may want to comment further on that in a minute. But yeah, certainly Council staff would be involved through the full process, given that the infrastructure will service a full area, not just purely the highway service centre itself.
Thank you, Director Fish. Any further questions?
Yes, Mr
Councillor
Mayor.
Edwards.
Through you, Mr Mayor, through Madam CEO, two questions that have come up out of these questions and commentary so far. My understanding is that deferring won't change anything about the designs, it simply defers the detailed designs. So that's the first question, is that accurate?
Madam CEO.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Director Fish.
Yeah, through you, Madam CEO. As I've mentioned, it puts those options on the table as to how this may progress going forward. So there will be decisions that, as I said, the other parties to the VPA would need to make. And ultimately Council would need to make when we report this back to Council with the information you're requesting. So there's a number of directions this could proceed.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think Director Watkins would like to make some comment.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam CEO, I think the issue is that we've got a development consent already afoot. So the developer has development consent. So in that development consent there are options. If other parts of their approval are delayed, such as a sewer, they have options to go with on-site sewer. So it is an option that they have available. So it's not a fait accompli, but it's certainly within their legal right to proceed however they wish within that consent that's already been issued by Council, noting there is a timeline, a time frame that's affixed to that development consent, that they have to act on the consent in order to retain the consent. So I suspect, without getting into the debate, they'll be looking for the fastest solution to actually secure the site. Now, the works, the deed or the design works for sewer on this particular site does have a direct bearing on the works that we are doing with the Sandcrocs Fernbank Creek structure plan. So whatever the deferral looks like here or whatever the changes result as a result of the deferral will have an impact on that structure plan. Just thought I'd raise that as throw it into the mix.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Supplementary, Mr Mayor,
Yes.
through you, Madam CEO, I think to Director Watkins, based on that, because my next question was for you. I guess, is there an indication of a timeline for when councillors might receive more information about the Sandcrocs Fernbank structure plan and where it's at and what it looks like?
Madam CEO.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Director Watkins.
Thank you, Madam CEO. The timeline at this stage is unknown because we are waiting, or we're finalising some work in terms of traffic modelling, but it would be hinging upon the resolution of this matter as to what stages we take next. So we could report an update any time Council seeks to be provided with an update. I'm more than happy to provide that to Council to actually say where we're up to and what the current status is. And it may assist, particularly with new members of Council, a bit of the history of how we've arrived here as well.
Thank you. Councillor Interman.
This is a complex matter because there are so many things that are interdependent. And I have a question through you to the CEO. I may get confused, yes? My understanding is that we need this information in order of the design and therefore the implications for our costs and the cost of servicing the Fernbank Sandcrocs Service Centre area in order to do our long-term financial plan. And that is something that we want to have progressed by February. So first off, can somebody confirm whether I'm on the right track here? And secondly, Councillor Shepherd is nodding, and so secondly, if I get that affirmative, I want a supplementary thing.
Thank you. Madam CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Director Fish, I can see you're keen to answer this one.
Through you, Madam CEO. So we're doing work, obviously, to develop up the works programs that sit in behind the long-term financial plan at the moment. The development of the design work will provide greater certainty around the estimated costs of this works, and obviously it gives us greater confidence in terms of what we've got included within that plan. So, and per the advice that I'd provided, the long-term financial plan as it currently stands has about 4.7 million allocated for the purposes of this infrastructure. So that's already foreshadowed within our long-term financial plan. As part of the review of all our sewer infrastructure works and the associated works program with that, we have updated that figure to about 6.3 million, and that is as part of the current modelling that's occurring with the sewer funds. So we have foreshadowed certainly the funds within the updated long-term financial plan that would be reported to Council next year to cover, I guess, the cost of what the works would be.
Supplementary, Councillor Interman.
So the question is will this deferral create a problem for Council? I am keen to save the money for the design work and have the proponent pay for it, but I don't want to be holding anything up. So how will this deferral affect, if anything, how we are going to go forward with our bigger picture planning? Thank you.
Thank you. Madam CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. You're correct, this is a very complex matter. I do understand that councillors are trying to get their head around it and they want further information. I feel that you've had enough information to make the decision. This is one of the biggest issues our council has is congestion, and this particular project is going to significantly help towards that congestion at the donut. It is going to take traffic in terms of out of the industrial areas in the future. We want to progress, but I would just ask, are you absolutely sure you don't have the information to make a decision today? And if you feel that the answer is yes, I do not feel I've got enough information, then go ahead and defer it. But if you feel you do, you can see it has some subsequent consequences, and that is obviously going to affect some of the other decision making that we have at council. That is a given, but I'll hand over to Director Fish if you wish to make some comments, or even Director Watkins if you wish to make some comments.
Through you, Madam CEO, I guess as we've alluded to, there is the potential impact on development of the site, but also the planning for infrastructure in the area. So, the progression of design work provides us with some certainty there in terms of what that will look like going forward, noting there's many other pieces to the sewer infrastructure that will ultimately service the Sam Crocs and Fernbank Creek area. And in addition, it's around getting that certainty for our financial planning as we go forward, getting some, robust estimates in place for the cost of the works. Certainly supports us within that regard.
Thank you. Director Fish.
Mr Mayor, I have one more question. I promise it's my last one. Through you, Mr Mayor, through Madam Mayor, the question around the consent timeframe, I can't find it right this minute if it's in the report, but I wondered if that could be answered. What is the timeframe available to this development?
Madam CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Director Fish.
Yeah, through you, Madam CEO, so there's a 5-year time frame to enact the consent, which my understanding that time frame is later next year, around the August-October type period. So it is getting towards the period where that consent would need to be enacted.
Thank you, Director Fish. I'm going to move an amendment, councillors. It's largely the staff recommendation, save for item 4, which I believe we might have an amendment provided before now through Director Fish via email. Essentially, it looks like item 4 is the only one that was slightly adjusted from the gazetted motion. I'm happy to read it if you don't have it. I can read it, thank you. So this was something that was emailed to councillors yesterday at 10:19 a.m. if councillors would like to follow in their emails. I will just double check first with Director Fish. Item 4 was the only thing that was adjusted from the original motion through Madam CEO, obviously.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Director Fish.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, there was a suggested addition in terms of item 4, which related to some conversations after the public forum on Monday.
Thank you. Okay, so item 4, when you're ready. Yep. Note that the detailed design is to be in accordance with the alternative concept design, alignment for the sewerage infrastructure, long-term works put forward by Scott PDI, dyslexia, number 6, PTY Ltd, comma, including the ultimate connection to a new sewer pump station on Fernbank Creek Road, and catering for the revised catchment tenement, TNEM, calculation as determined by council staff. Thank you. All right, I'll just take some advice from the CEO to relevant staff, whether this could be an amendment or a foreshadowed motion.
Through you, Mr Mayor, governance amendment or foreshadowed motion?
One's stating deferral, one's obviously progressing. That's the big change that I see.
Sorry, yes, it probably, sorry, through you, Madam CEO, it could be regarded as a direct negative, so it would probably be a foreshadowed motion.
Thank you. I'll leave that as a foreshadowed. Thank you. We return to the original. Any further speakers on the original motion?
Yes, I'd like to speak for the amendment put forward by Councillor Shepherd. I don't feel ready to make the decision today, and that's not for lack of trying to understand, but there is a lot of detail even within this report that leads to more questions and the feeling of wanting more time with this. Essentially, I believe that the community is relying on us to make prudent financial decisions that support the highest delivery of housing number and diversity of that housing. And so for me, when I read things like the area to be serviced by the reticulated sewer system is currently only identified in the draft Sandcrocs Fernbank Creek structure plan, and as such is not zoned for residential business development, various other points throughout the report drive me to seek more information on this, including the fact that this development is likely to occur over the longer term, 10 to 20 years. So it's actually putting us just outside of that long-term financial plan in a way by those own words. So I understand we need to know, what we're doing with reserves, what we can afford, where we're heading, but I do think we're really needing to be very, very sure about what decision we're making when we might be directing and allocating portions of reserves, earmarking it for certain things whilst taking it away from others. Is that truly the strategic priority of the council for the community? I'm not sure. So I'd like the deferral. I'd like more time with this.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. I'm going to speak against the motion. Obviously, for the reasons outlined by the CEO and also the staff, this is incredibly complex. However, we have a situation here, as far as I understand it, that we're trying to work in collaboration with, I guess, an interested party here. So what I'd hate to see is us defer and then be potential ramifications financially or structurally that might disadvantage us for the future. So I have done some homework on this issue. I didn't see anything that I wasn't comfortable with. I agree. I think we have enough information as councillors. I'm very happy to move forward with the staff recommendation on that basis. Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Shepherd.
Question to you, Mr Mayor. In the staff report, are you concerned about any of these comments that I'll read now? However, due to the requirement to deliver other significant sewer infrastructure projects over the next 10 years, such as Trumpster wastewater, it's not clear as to whether council can sustainably afford to forward fund the required works, and review of the long-term financial plan and sewer works is currently underway. Until this review is completed, a decision around forward funding the works cannot be made.
Thank you for the question. I think we've got a situation here, though, where we may have a party that could assist us with developing some infrastructure, as far as I understand it. So my main concern is around missing that opportunity and it potentially costing us in the long run.
And do you have any concern about that public benefit only becoming available to the community within a time frame of 10 to 20 years, and those $6.3 or more million funds not being directed to more immediate priorities?
Fair question, thank you. I think for me, our staff go through a lot of time and effort to make sure that these things make sense, and I have a certain level of trust that our staff are qualified to make these recommendations, and I'd be very supportive of their work that they've done on this, but also the direction they're asking us to take. Thank you. Any further questions, speakers? Councillor Interman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I appreciate the comment that we've got enough information to go forward, but I don't feel that. So, question through you to the CEO. What concerns would staff have with, what concerns would arise from the present proposal for a deferral?
Thank you, Madam CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think we've articulated it, but I'll go back to you, Director Fish, to respond to that question.
Yeah, through you, Madam CEO, I think probably only to add to or reiterate from what was previously said, it is really in Council's best interest to progress with this design work, to have greater certainty on a number of fronts with respect to this, area from a planning perspective and also from a sewer infrastructure perspective. So, yeah, I think that's really all I need to add to what's previously been mentioned.
Thank you, Director Fish. Councillors, we've asked multiple questions of staff. I ask that we return to the debate unless there's something extremely pressing. Councillor Interman.
I have a parallel question to what I just said then. So through you to the CEO, if we proceed as per the staff recommendation, do you have concerns that that might tie up millions of dollars in needing to hold them back to do these works that could in fact be used to greater benefit at an earlier time?
Thank you, Madam CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Director Fish.
Yeah, through you, Madam CEO, I think that was really articulated in the report, and one of the key reasons around, I guess, this alternate path forward to what was originally foreshadowed in the VPA was around the administrative burden that would occur. So should once it gets to the construction phase, that be funded through the developer, the current VPA would see that progressively paid back over time, but that is a significant administrative burden. A much simpler way of providing it would be for the upfront payment for the works and then council to seek the reimbursement as development comes online under the developer servicing plan. So it's a much simpler, manner in which to do that. And as I've mentioned, through a review of the works program that sits within the long-term financial plan, this has certainly been prioritised within that as being important, which is why it's been obviously included there within potentially within the next few years, depending how it obviously progresses with the design work.
Thank you, Director Fish. Any further comments before? You can.
I would like to thank Councillor Shepherd for the amount of work I know that she's put in trying to do this, trying to find a better way forward. I really do have concerns about us investing $350,000 in design works when, and also the commitment that implies to us going forward. I cannot agree that we have got enough information here to make a clear decision. We have got, and so therefore it comes down to trust. We have got numerous comments within this report that causes us to say, this is going to cause a problem financially. This is a question that it raises financially. And so there is no clear answer here. It is a matter of judgment. It's a very complex judgment call, and for that reason, I don't think that ever we should tell councillors that they've just got to make a decision, when in fact there was nothing clear in the report. Nevertheless, for the reasons that have been articulated, I am leaning towards going with the staff recommendation as you have amended. But I would like to heartily congratulate Councillor Shepherd for all the work that she's put into this, I know, because there is that concern about the $350,000. Look, we are just so tight on money, that money could go to something else. And I am also concerned, I give a heads up that I am also concerned that if we go down this staff route, that we are then committing ourselves to holding investments sufficient to satisfy development that may not come for another 20 years. So it's a real conundrum that we've got here, and I can only I can only say that I understand council has a juggling act in all sorts of ways, not just this one. I'm just going to pitch with the staff recommendation and the amendment on clause 4.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. If there's no further speakers, I'll give Councillor Shepherd the right of reply.
Thank you, and thank you for the robust debate on this. And indeed, part of the reason for bringing the motion was to, if necessary, have this sort of a conversation. In last month, in the quarterly budget review report, I raised my concerns that the decisions we were making in that decision about the deferral of sewer works had strategic implications, and I made quite a point of the importance of council having that information detailed well ahead of time so that we can make an assessment of those strategic implications. And a part of the rationale for me bringing this amendment today is just that. Again, I see a situation where there are in fact quite significant strategic implications in relation to where, how and when we develop. So I want to clarify, firstly, there is no question whatsoever as to the value of the highway service development. That development approval is the consent is there, it's done, that needs to happen, and they have options to, yes, potentially do the in-house or on-site sewer, which has its costs and benefits, or likewise, if we proceeded as per my motion to wait to see if council would pay for some of those design works or to proceed with design works right now. So there are options for them to proceed should that be what they want to do. So I just want to make it clear the value of those approved highway service development is not in question whatsoever. However, if we do commit to largely fund those detailed design works, we are signalling intent to proceed with the sewer works project that is largely intended to service a larger area. And that's where the strategic implication is that we are investing money to service an area. So what is that area that really we're investing that money towards? It's an area, where is it, that we'd be enabling the development, is an area that's not yet zoned. And we don't know the progress of that towards zoning yet at this stage. So what type of development is it? Well, it's greenfields development. The strategic direction that we have it holds that we would pursue a mix of infill and strategic and greenfield development. If we're pursuing an increasing amount of money in our long-term financial plan towards this greenfield development, that's at the cost of potentially other types of development that are more aligned with the strategic direction of council. And this is a part of the point. Our decisions about sewer are critical as to where, how and when our population is doing development and growth. In relation to when, for this particular development, so the service centre is going ahead, but if we pursue this particular direction, the benefit would be realised in 10 to 20 years. Where? In a place that's not yet zoned. What? Greenfield development. When is benefit realised? 10 to 20 years. For me, that is sufficient question for us to take in one part of what Director Fish was saying, is that really, if this is deferred, what we'll be doing is considering how this allocation sits with the allocations in the rest of the long-term financial plan. And to my view, that's exactly what we should be doing. We should be considering how the allocation of funds in our long-term financial plan for the sewer fund and all the other funds reflect the strategic direction of council, where, how and when we're going to develop. So the big question for us, I'll end on, is what development wouldn't go ahead in the next 10 years if council ended up investing $6+ million in sewer infrastructure in the next 3 to 4 years, when we've been advised there won't be public benefit to 10 to 20 years. The decision immediately before us is about whether we enter into a deed of works, and I am very open to the possibility that come a report on this matter, actually we decide as a councillor body, yes, this is the appropriate way for us to proceed. I'm absolutely open to that, but my view is that we need that information before us in order to make a plausible, justifiable decision about the use of public funds.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. All those in favour of the motion?
Sorry, change my mind.
Councillor Interman, Councillor Shepherd, Councillor Tubman, Councillor Edwards, all those opposed? Councillor Hornshaw, Councillor Lipovac, Councillor Kirkman, myself. That leaves it 4-4. I won't use the casting vote. The item will be lost. We will move to the motion that I put forward. Thank you. So, councillors, I have a motion that I've outlined before. Do I have a seconder for this particular motion? Councillor Hornshaw, thank you. Director Fish.
Could I just mention to governance, I think there's a point that is missing from the foreshadowed motion. It was inadvertently deleted, I think, when item 4 was added in.
Thank you. If you wouldn't mind articulating what that is, if you see it, please, Director Fish.
I have emailed what was sent through yesterday, so that potentially could be cut and pasted over the top, but it's basically point 5, which refers to under the extenuating circumstances of the Local Government Act, resolved not to call tenders. But that's an additional point to what you've got there at the moment.
Thank you. I'll wait for that to be typeset, then I'll ask Councillor Hornshaw if he's happy to take that in as well. All right, looks like we're good. Bless you. Councillor Hornshaw, are you happy to take that in? Thank you. All right, so we have a mover and a seconder. I don't propose to say any more than I have. Happy to take questions, however, we've had quite some debate on this one, so happy to take further or happy to move forward. Councillor Shepherd.
Yes, thank you. Question, Mr Mayor. Would you be willing to consider an additional clause which would effectively allow us to get a briefing that addresses some of the information I was requesting in a report previously?
I'll just ask Councillor Hornshaw. Are you happy with that? To look at an additional clause for a briefing? Thank you. It'd have to be an amendment.
Okay. I'll move an amendment. Being the motion currently on the floor, with an additional clause. Oh, sorry. That council receive a briefing or briefings. Council receive a briefing or briefings. In relation to proposed sewer allocations within the draft long-term financial plan, in relation to proposed sewer allocations within the draft long-term financial plan. And progress on the Sandcrocs Fernbank structure plan. comma, as soon as practical. And I might seek, Mr Mayor, guidance as to a reasonable end date for that.
Happy to ask the CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm going to go through Director Fish, given it's we're under the pump at the moment, but if you can think about a time that's appropriate.
Through you, Madam CEO, I would expect in the February-March period would be achievable. There will be briefings occurring in any case with respect to the long-term financial plan, so I'd expect we could likely incorporate it as a component of that.
A question, Mr Mayor? Is there a requirement to specify that needs to be an in-person, or whether that could be a written brief, so that there can be a little bit more flexibility there?
You could suggest a written brief.
Okay, so receive a written or in-person briefing? So I say, if it needs to be more than one, I'm sure it'll just be presented as more than one. Receive a written or in-person briefing, and then maybe remove all briefings. Apologies.
Would that be in relation to proposed sewer allocation?
Briefing in relation to, thank you, in relation to
Okay.
sewer allocations. And the intent here is not is a look at the sewer fund in particular. I don't think we need to specify that in the motion. I think that's well understood on the basis of the discussion. But if it's considered that should be more specific, I'm open to that feedback.
Thank you. So we have an amendment here. I will again ask Councillor Hornshaw, are you happy to take it in or leave it as an amendment?
I'm happy to leave it as an amendment.
Thank you. Okay, I just need a seconder for the amendment. Councillor Edwards, thank you. Councillor Shepherd, would you like to talk to that additional element?
Just to say, my original motion was in relation to having information before we set and track a particular pathway. In lieu of that, it would seem prudent, for the reasons I stated in my right of reply, to simply at least have that information available to us as we proceed through the long-term financial planning.
Thank you. Any further speakers on the amendment? None. I'm happy to support the amendment. I would also support that in speaking to it by saying that we do have a responsibility as councillors to do our own level of homework as well. I'm not suggesting no one hasn't or has either way. I've done a little bit extra work myself just to get my head around the complexities of these things. So that's always available to us to ask questions. However, off the back of the debate today, it's quite clear that there's quite a number of councillors that would prefer a bit more information than less. So on that basis, I'm happy to support the briefing or briefings. I also understand that will come at a cost, either time or in place of something else that could be worked on. So every time we ask for a briefing, that does take time and cost resources, etc. So I just encourage us as a council to look at all options rather than a briefing. And if it's just you just want some more personal information, to do that work as well, so we can move forward cohesively, but being well educated as well. So any further speakers on the amendment before I put it? No. All those in favour? Councillor Interman, Hornshaw, Shepherd, Lipovac, myself, Kirkman, Tubman. Those against? Councillor Edwards. I declare that carried. That becomes the motion. Is there any need for any further speakers?
A final statement that the IPNR process and is coming before us, obviously, and the long-term financial plan is, well, it's under development and unwieldy and many things, but functionally it's how we ensure that the community strategic plan is delivered for our community, and the delivery program that we set our task to is in fact delivered. It's really important that the allocations in the long-term financial plan reflect the strategic directions of our council, and that our self-education around this includes, a thorough understanding of what those strategic directions are, and a considering of the extent to which they are brought to life and resourced through the long-term financial plan and the various resourcing and other strategies we have. So thank you very much for the support of the amendment. Obviously, this hasn't gone the way that I thought it would go best, but I appreciate the willingness to pursue more information to help council make good decisions into the future.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Any further speakers before we put it? I see none. All those in favour of the motion? Councillor Interman, Shepherd, Hornshaw, Lipovac, Roberts, Tubman. Those against? Councillor Edwards. Declare the motion carried, noting Councillor Kirkman being out of the room. Thank you. Righto. Item 10.11. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. So 10.11, Code of Conduct, complaint statistics. My only comment here is noting that two of the complaints were listed as taking more than 12 months to resolve, and noting the cost of these things to our council. Just making a general comment that I hope will give consideration to any actions that are needed to ensure the timely the timely management and resolution of complaints. Other than that, I commend this to my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. I'll take it that you moved it and I seconded it, just for the record. Didn't want to interrupt you there. Any further speakers on the item? I see none. All those in favour? Declare that carried unanimously with Councillor Lipovac out of the room. Thank you. Right, item 10.12, report from the discontinued committee's working group meeting held on 25 November 2024. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An alternate motion, I guess.
Even just a motion.
Or a motion, sorry, yeah, a motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So 10.12, that Council 1, note the information contained within this report. 2, note the draft revised scope as attached to this report. 3, amend the date of the committee structure review to March 2025. And 4, request the Chief Executive Officer to source 3 separate quotes to ascertain the likely cost of conducting an online 12-question survey of previous committee members in relation to the effectiveness of the committees, as detailed in the draft detailed scope tabled to item 10.23 of November 2024 Ordinary Council meeting, and just provide to councillors at the earliest convenience.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Do I have a seconder for this item? Councillor Shepherd. Thank you. Councillor Edwards, would you like to speak?
Yes, just briefly, Mr. Mayor. As the chair for this working group, the group's convened a number of times, worked quite hard to progress this review that we've had a resolution to do multiple times. We're nearly there, and it seems as though we just need some clarity on a cost of this last part. So quite simple.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Any further speakers? Councillor Shepherd. No? Yes.
I'll wait to see if there's any arguments against, so that we can address those if needed.
That's a no? Okay. Thank you.
So, no, I will speak then.
Okay, thank you.
So my support for this motion arises from, so firstly, it removes clause 4 of the staff recommendation, which I think is reasonable, but what that stated was to request the CEO to identify a potential funding source. It's been made very clear that a funding source won't be forthcoming, so I don't see the value of us pursuing that at this stage. And I think a part of the concern is the perceived cost of of undertaking this survey. And I think that's what we need to address here with the clause 4 that's been identified. So the view is that the survey, as I understand it, would cost $40,000 for us to pursue. I think by pursuing a quote of actually what need to be done, it would be very clear that we're not talking about that level of money, and so we might be able to have a more open discussion about what those sources of funding might be.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Just a question to Madam CEO. Request the CEO to source 3 separate quotes, etc. Is this something that would be normal practice or regular practice? Do you have a comment on that specifically?
I did just text the procurement, governance procurement, and I said, can we request a quote with no funding source? Their response, no, we should have a genuine commitment before we request a quote where we've not identified a funding source.
Thank you, Madam C. In that case, CEO, would I rule that out of order?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, because really we've not identified a funding source at this point in time.
Thank you. Councillors, based on advice, point 4 needs to be reconsidered. Happy to take a suggestion on where you'd like to go on that. Councillor Shepherd.
I'm just wondering if we can clarify that in fact quotes haven't been sought in the past without a funding, for matters without a funding source.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I really only saw this just before the meeting started, so I've not been able to provide any advice on this. I only have a general comment that's coming back from procurement on this. I would need to take it under consideration and come back to you, but I wouldn't proceed unless I get some advice on this matter more clearly, because I think if you made that decision as a council, and what you're actually doing in a procurement process is you're going out and obtaining quotes, but you don't know if you've got the money or the funding to actually pay for those quotes. And so that becomes a probity issue, which, we need to consider as a council. So that would be my concern with that.
Thank you, Madam CEO. I think it's quite the comprehensive response. Councillor Edwards, would you like to adjust your motion?
Well, yes, I'm just seeking whether I need to simply amend clause 4 or whether we need to foreshadow what was in the report.
I'm happy to work flexibly if you'd like to remove
Okay.
point 4.
Okay. Can I just ask one question first? Actually, no, that's okay. No, that's okay. Just noting that I did get feedback on this. There was no objection to getting quotes. However, it was highly unlikely to get them within a certain time frame, so I moved forward with this. But I would simply like to then just go back to. Actually, I think I'm comfortable just to remove clause 4 then, I think, because I don't see any purpose in having either of them then. So there's just 1, 2, 3.
So you're happy with what's on the screen there?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you, Councillor?
Councillor Shepherd, do you agree? Yes, thank you. Okay, so we do have a motion. Councillor Interman.
Thank you. Very brief clarification question. I'm just wondering if you've lost the word workshop off the clause 3.
Oh, it looks like it.
Yeah?
I didn't have my glasses on when I said yes.
So it actually should be structure review workshop until March, blah, blah.
Yeah, that happened.
Thank you.
Councillor Shepherd, happy to take that in? Yes. Councillor Edwards, happy with that? Okay, so we have a motion in front of us which is clearly more legal than before. Anyone like to speak further to this one? I see none. I see a light on from Councillor Edwards.
Sorry.
But
I'll just write a reply if we're done.
write a reply. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I would just simply say that since February 2022, there's been a number of resolutions that we would review. The committees, a future review of the committees would be undertaken that were disbanded at that point in time. There's been a lot of work done to get us to this point. I look forward to the workshop and how councillors in the new year will be able to share their views and consider lots of information and look at what would we be doing moving forward to have great and effective community engagement and partnership structures to get on with the business of council and working with the community.
Thank you. I put the item to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Interman, Shepherd, Hornshaw, Lipovac, myself. All in favour, thank you. I declare that carried unanimously. Item 11.02, draft public art policy. We have a recommendation in front of us. Anyone like to move the staff recommendation? Sure. Thank you, Councillor Interman. Any second? Councillor Todman, thank you. Anyone like to speak? Councillor Interman?
Sure. This has been a long time coming, and whilst many of us have felt a bit frustrated by this, it is nevertheless something that we did need to do in order to rationalise our approach to public art.
Thank you.
Councillor Interman has her microphone on. I'm not going to repeat what I just said. Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. And so we seem to be going towards sort of strategic overview frameworks of all sorts of things, and this public art one is indeed in that direction, and it's going out for exhibition to be considered by people in the community, and so therefore it is just a matter of course, hopefully, that it does go out and that we encourage people to make some comments back on it so that we can improve it via that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. Any further speakers? See none. Sorry, Councillor Hornshaw.
Thanks. I'm not against putting something on review for public exhibition, but I just want to comment on public art generally. I think, well, the last time I went to a council-sponsored art exhibition, and I know fine art is different to public art, but it was in Windsor. They had dead mice in jars rotting away, presented as art. They had a video installation of roadkill, presented as art. They had another video installation of milk dripping from a granite wall with lambs licking it, presented as art. In this whole gallery, there was only one thing that normal people would actually call art, and it was a very small print of an Albert Namatjira landscape. But those of us that grew up in the 70s and 80s had on our placemats. And so even that was kind of a mockery, saying, oh yeah, you plebs that don't know about art, that wants, you know, some traditional art, here's something for you, ha ha ha, while everything else in there I wouldn't consider art. This is the trouble when art is funded by a public body and then up to experts who don't have the view that there's any basis or any objective standards for art, and that anyone who thinks there is just a dinosaur. And so I think when art is privately funded, when you're asking for the money from the people who will actually have to look at it, then you have to create art that people actually like. And so come up with an idea, draw a sketch, and then crowdfund it to get it built. Instead of saying, no, give me the money first, and then I'll tell you what you're going to get. And what you might get is a giant shuttlecock entangled with another giant shuttlecock, or something like that. So, although I'm not opposed to putting it on public display, I just wanted to make those comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hornshaw. Appreciate it. Any further speakers? Thank you, gallery. Councillor Todman.
Yeah. I might speak on this. Just in general to all the have your says that go up is that I just encourage the public to participate and actually put your concerns in there. Is that, you know, after looking at a lot of them, we don't get much engagement with a lot of the have your say. Sort of, you know, just encourage that the public does, and if they would like to encourage certain, you know, people to certain representatives to be judging the art, you know, have your say. So that's the area to do that, and I agree with Mark on that in that regard. So yeah, that's all.
Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in a quick response, and yes, I am supporting this particular item. that for Councillor Hornshaw's benefit, that I don't know what was happening in Windsor, but certainly the quality of art in the Port Hastings region is exceptional, and I would certainly recommend you try the annual Art Walk exhibition, which draws thousands of locals to the Port CBD and provides an incredible variety of artwork, basically something for everyone. So I appreciate you may have been harmed by what you saw in Windsor, but in the Port Hastings region, it is much better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. Any further speakers? I see none. I put the motion, all those... Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Intiman.
No, I don't want to see dead mice. I don't want to see lambs licking milk. I want public art that reflects our history and our present, and I would applaud what we've got at the moment, but can we have no more stenciled steel, please? We want art that is going to not necessarily be produced by a cookie cutter method or produced every year because that's what we've got to do. There is no budget associated with public art in 24-25. We have some amazing pieces of art, public art currently. I know one of the drivers for this was to make sure that we had actually an inventory of public art. That was back when, an inventory of public art, so that we knew what we actually had and we had to maintain. So I've got one that I'm really trying to push that's been on the cards for 3 years now on Windmill Hill to commemorate those people which worked so hard during the 60s and the 70s to conserve our foreshore. That's the kind of thing I think that we need to be putting to public art. And art absolutely is loved and hated across all parts of the spectrum. We should never have, what I said, a cookie cutter approach to it. Art has to respond to the particular moment, the particular idea or event that it is there to respond to. I hope that we get lots of feedback on this. I hear what's being said, that we don't often, that we get very limited feedback, but maybe we'll get some drawings. Okay, cheers.
Thank you, Councillor Intiman. I put the motion. All those in favour? All in favour, none opposed. I declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 11.03, Friends of Camden Head Lookout Volunteer Group nominations. Councillor Edwards.
Yes. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a motion to move on this one. That Council, 1, note the information contained within the report. 2, note the process and procedure for establishment of Friends of Camden Head Lookout FCHL Volunteers Group. 3, defer the endorsement of individual volunteers until after such time that nominees have responded to Port Macquarie Hastings Council. 2, A, confirm their continued interest in being a volunteer with the Friends of FCHL Volunteer Group, and B, agreed and signed up to a volunteer agreement for the FCHL Volunteer Group.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Do I have a seconder for this motion? Councillor Lipovac. Thank you. Councillor Edwards, would you like to speak to this one?
Yes, Mr Mayor. As ever, briefly, just to say that we're all aware that this has been a contentious issue, but there are a lot of people in the community who clearly are keen, having initially signed up to help out in that space and work together. All I would say is I'm putting this forward to ensure that we do everything we can to get community harmony, constructive and healthy environment for the volunteers in the Camden Headland area to work within.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I do support this particular motion, but I also support the original recommendation either way. But I would like to reach out, as you've indicated, to all those who have submitted their names for consideration on the volunteer, on the volunteer working group, that you have the next few weeks prior to your first meeting to consider whether or not you still want to be involved, especially if you were a supporter of the individual stakeholder plan. Nominations were being accepted a couple of weeks prior to Council deciding that the amended Camden Head Lookout Reserve Master Plan was the better option to pursue. We understand that no one volunteers their services unless they're passionate about the project, but we just want to ensure that there are no residual effects or bad blood between volunteer members who don't or didn't previously share the same vision. There is no shame in backing away from your nomination. We must have a group of volunteers who can work in harmony, feel safe, are productive and are 100% committed to what they're doing. An incredible example of a highly motivated and successful volunteer group is the team that work on Mrs York's garden overlooking Town Beach, where they just get on with the job. No egos, no drama, and the ability to work cohesively with council staff and also take instruction. Part of those steps required to be involved in the Friends of Camden Head Lookouts include preparing the roles and responsibilities, a code of conduct, training and safety requirements, monitoring work, reporting updates, and defining the scope of the work. If you don't think you can adhere to a few rules and regulations, then perhaps this volunteer role is not for you. Otherwise, I wish all the volunteers the best on this very important project in the Camden Haven and look forward to seeing the positive results. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. I just have a question to Councillor Edwards. In relation to item 3 there, I think I know what this means, but I will just clarify for those who may be watching or listening along. Defer the endorsement of individual volunteers until such time as it sits there, until they confirm their continued interest and then agree to sign a volunteer agreement. But it is your intent that we don't exclude someone if they do those things and they become a member as soon as they do those things. Is that what you're suggesting here?
Mr Mayor, I think I was suggesting that staff would report back that had taken place. That the maintaining interest had been responding in the affirmative, and that then signing up to a volunteer agreement. Does that answer your question?
Not well, sort of yes and no, but I'm happy for you to ask a question through the CEO if you need clarification from staff.
Could I ask you first to clarify the question
Yeah,
for me? Maybe
okay.
I missed it.
And that is a fair one because it just seems to be a little bit of confusion on this one. So deferring endorsement of individual volunteers could mean a couple of things. Until such time as we bring back a report, and if that is the intent, that needs to be stated, and if it's not stated, it leaves the question open. Happy for you to respond with your intent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Maybe I do need to say defer this item. Maybe that's... Could I ask a question through you?
You can.
Through Madam CEO, if that's what I needed to put in there?
Mm-hmm. Madam
Through
CEO.
you, Mr Mayor, I'm going to basically go to Director Watkins because I know you've had conversations with Director Watkins on this matter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam CEO. If Council wants to defer the adoption of the list of people that are nominated, it's probably a cleaner approach to defer the whole item. And otherwise, if you are looking to defer to adopt 1 and 2 and defer the list again separately, then you really do need to resolve, as Mr Mayor said, to have a report come back, which, that would actually delay the project further.
Mm-hmm.
Just clarifying question through you, Mr Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
So we could go ahead with all the other clauses except endorsing the members, and then I could insert clauses to defer endorsement of individual members. I could merge the two together, the original notice of motion.
Through Madam CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Director Watkins, do you want to respond?
Either way, thank you, Madam CEO. Either way, you would be deferring the matter to another council meeting. You can either way. Staff are open to be whatever council determines, but either way, you'll be deferring the matter, whether it's the adoption of the names or the proceeding with the adoption of the names and the establishment of the committee, because you are actually deferring it.
That wasn't my understanding, so apologies. But if what we're saying here is that nothing will go ahead, no process procedure that's outlined in the report will go ahead because we haven't endorsed the names who haven't... Okay.
So with that, Councillor Edwards, would you still like to put your motion as is?
No, I withdraw the motion.
Withdraw the motion? Okay, so there is no motion in front of us relating to this item, which also poses another challenge. I was thinking the same thing. Thank you, Councillor Roberts. I'm happy to move the staff recommendation. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Lebevac, thank you.
Question, Mr Mayor.
Sure.
I'm wondering if there's an option to, once those activities, so referring to the motion that was previously put up, once those activities to confirm that the nominees are actually interested and the nominees have agreed and signed up to a volunteer agreement, whether it's possible for us to delegate the opportunity for staff to proceed from there prior to a formal endorsement of individual names by council.
Thank you, Councillor
Too
Shepherd.
complicated?
I think you're asking a question there.
Yes, Mr.
Yes, and my understanding would be that before people could volunteer, that they have to do a number of things. I'll just get that clarified through the CEO, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Director Watkins.
Through you, Madam CEO, that's correct, Mr Mayor. They would have to undertake the training and the establishment, and that first set-up meeting is critical, and then they start the actual work.
Thank you. So the understanding is that volunteers would have to go through a process before being able to participate, is the answer. Thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I suppose I just want to raise my concern. To me, it seems a little bit out of step or chicken before the egg for us to be endorsing a group of people as members before they've been notified of. Maybe it's Yes, before they've endorsed their interest in it. We're putting their name in formal minutes and documents before they've in fact agreed. I feel uncomfortable with that.
Thank you. I'll take that as a comment. However, we do need to stick to procedure here. We have a motion in front of us. Happy for people to speak for or against. Councillor Hornshaw, thank you.
I'd like to speak for the motion that's in line with the staff recommendation there. And I think that trying to exclude people, we were told when we debated this at the previous meeting, the community plan versus the staff plan, that there was very little difference. It's just that the staff plan would be easier to get through other levels of government and cost less, but they are largely the same. But now it seems there's a heavy hint that, well, if you were someone that supported the community plan, you might want to reconsider. I think that sounds quite mean-spirited and aggressive. The Friends of Camden Head are the Friends of Camden Head. They're still the same people. They're still interested in volunteering. If they didn't want to volunteer, they wouldn't. They just wouldn't turn up. It's not up to us in council to try to strike them off. So I think anybody that applies should be accepted. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hornshaw.
Question, Mr Mayor?
Councillor Edwards.
Through Madam CEO, on account of the fact that we get regular reports now with the progress of this group in our cyclical reports, in our status of reports, would it be possible that after the first meeting has taken place, that council would get an update of members after that process, members who have signed on?
Through you, Madam CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Director Watkins.
Through you, Madam CEO, thank you. That would be something that we would include in the update report to say who was in attendance and who is participating. I think councillors may recall in the questions that we received prior to this council meeting, we did indicate that we have emailed people who had expressed an interest, and we had no negative responses. So we have contacted people and asked if they're still prepared to participate based on a new plan, and they've indicated that a willingness.
So
Thank you. That was my understanding. Thank you. Councillor Shepherd, you have a question?
Yeah, I do want to clarify. So my understanding to the question that had been posed previously was that the question had been asked. I had not understood that, in fact, everyone on that list had indicated, yes, they're okay. Okay, that's different.
Great. Awesome. So we have a motion in front of us. We've had lots of questions. Happy to have for and against discussion. Councillor Shepherd.
I would just like to make the comment that during the engagement, it was very clear that this is quite a contentious subject, and there were decisions made in relation to the how staff would engage with the community, noting some of the issues that had arisen, and you know, quite frankly, some of the hostilities that were present, and presented a little bit of a risk in relation to engagement. So I'm just flagging or bringing that concern to attention about whether there's the possibility that any of this continue, but I understand that that's within the hands of the CEO in relation to work health and safety obligations to staff and to any volunteers. And so with that knowledge in mind, I'm happy to support the motion as it stands.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Edwards.
Speaking for Mr Mayor. And just to clarify, the whole way along with this journey with the community in this space, I have been clear and consistent that my interest is achieving harmony for the community, finding common ground, finding a way for all peoples down there to work together. And so I was never looking to exclude anybody. I was simply, with what I was putting forward moments ago, was simply seeking that we make the most, as I mentioned, inclusive, healthy, constructive, positive working environment, and to do that through anything council does with committees and working groups is that people do have to sign up to what's acceptable ways to behave and interact and work together. And I was simply seeking that to pursue harmony, that we do those things, because I think that's a responsible thing to do, because I'm genuinely seeking a good experience for community members involved.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Interman.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, but I feel that we need to clarify this. I think we're making a rod for our own back by not putting any qualifier on this. So endorse the following members, blah, blah, blah. But there should be some proviso in there, subject to the training, and following the procedures, etc. So through you to the CEO for a question on that, please.
Sure. Would the question be, what wording could we use to ensure exactly what you're talking about?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
Thank you.
Otherwise, we might be making these members for eternity. We need to have a little bit of control over it. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Director Watkins, maybe something subject to agreeing to the terms and conditions and conduct or something to that effect that you wish to add.
Through you, Madam CEO, that is a normal practice. So when we do the induction day, if people aren't prepared to sign on to the code of conduct and the rules of engagement, then they would not be able to participate. So if it needs wording, then that would certainly be something that council could add to the recommendation, to say subject to agreement by the members at the first meeting of the group.
Thank you, Director Watkins. Councillor Interman, do we need to put words in there, or are you happy with that response?
No, I would like to put words in there, and so perhaps it could be endorse the following members of the Friends of Camden Head Lookout Volunteers group, subject to induction procedures. Subject to induction procedures.
Sure. I'll just ask Councillor Lipovac if he's happy to take that in. I'm happy to take that in also.
Just gives us a little bit more control.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right. So we have come a long way. Any further speakers before I put the item? I see none. Any right of reply, which that'd be me. No, I don't have one. All those in favour? All in favour, none opposed. Noting that Councillor Hornshaw is out of the room, I declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Mr Mayor, may I move a motion for a 10-minute adjournment?
You can move a procedural motion for a 5?
I so move 5 minutes.
5-minute adjournment. All those in favour? None opposed. I declare that carried. Council will adjourn for 5 minutes, returning at 12:35 or thereabouts. Thank you. 04 in front of us. Does someone have something to move? Councillor Shepherd,
So I'll move alternate motion.
please do.
Being staff recommendation, so endorse the draft private memorial and commemorative naming in parks and reserves policy for the purpose of public exhibition for a period of not less than 28 days. 2, that council note that a further report will be tabled to a future meeting of council detailing the submissions received from the public during the exhibition period. And 3 is the new additional clause. Determine that the draft policy be amended prior to exhibition to include the attended approach to existing plaques and memorials, namely that they will remain in place. However, if they are removed, damaged or fall off, they will not be replaced.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. I'm happy to second. Would you like to speak to that item?
Yep, just briefly, noting that the policy going out, it's immediately relevant. As we all know, we've received representations recently into requests for memorials for people who've recently passed and have significant place and their deaths have had significant impact on our community. And so certainly our commiserations go to the family and the community. Sorry. However, it does present challenges for council, having supported in principle memorial seating and other forms of memorial in the past without a policy. And there are currently 235 registered memorials located on park seating, and in other ways that causes some challenges operationally, but also in terms of a sense of inclusivity of the spaces and whatnot as well. So this policy is intended to articulate how council is going to approach these things, and putting on exhibition allows the community the opportunity to give feedback into that. I'm really interested in what comes from this, because there is a movement within parts of the community and parts of the word more broadly, looking at how we understand death as a part of life in a more integrated way, and incorporate that into our life. And so I do wonder how this could be borne out in the policy. And so, yes, very curious as to the feedback that we'll receive around this. That clause 3 is simply an addition that I understand is best practice, that we would articulate the intended approach to those existing plaques and memorials.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Anyone wishing to speak further? I hear none. Right of reply not required. Thank you. I put the motion. All those in favour? All in favour, none opposed. I declare that carried unanimously. Item 11.06, petition request for construction of footbridge, walkway and whale viewing platform over Duchess Creek, Bonny Hills. Someone have a motion to move? Thank you, Councillor Edwards.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move the motion that Council, 1, note the petition lodged by Lachlan Jones on behalf of residents requesting the construction of a footbridge, walkway and whale watching platform over Duchess Creek, Bonny Hills, and 2, request the Chief Executive Officer respond to the organiser of the petition and include the following points. A, the requested infrastructure is not currently identified as a priority within council or community planning, including the Bonny Hills Community Plan, Bonny Hills Reserves Master Plan and Coastal Users Recreational Needs Analysis. B, substantial infrastructure investment is required to achieve the outcome sought via the petition. C, environmental approvals would also likely be a significant cost and require extensive environmental impact assessment and approvals from various government agencies to achieve the requested outcome, and the proposed route passes through mapped areas of coastal wetland and littoral rainforest identified under State Environmental Planning Policy Set 2021 Resilience and Hazards. And D, how to sign up for consultation and engagement opportunities with Port Macquarie Hastings Council, such as Have Your Say.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Lipvac, thank you.
Thank you. Just briefly, Mr Mayor, it does, the recommendation from the staff on this one does note that councillors need to decide how to respond, and I've put this forward because I think there was very relevant information in the recommendation from staff, which the organiser of the petition may or may not have read, but I think this is a good response, and also then directing this community member to opportunities to get engaged, have a say, and be able to provide input into future plans, updates, and any other engagements of interest.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Question to the CEO, given that we're requesting the CEO to respond in a particular way, just as a courtesy, I'd just like to ask the CEO if she has any concerns or comments. Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I don't have any concerns or comments.
Thank you. Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I would like to thank everyone who took the time to sign the petition advocating for improved access for people of all abilities. I will note there are some concerns about the site moving sand dunes where it's hoped a footbridge might be constructed. I believe there's an area of Crown land that needs to be considered as well. So there's a fair bit of investigation to be done, not a simple or cheap process. This proposal, as mentioned, is not part of the Bonny Hills Master Plan at this point in time. There is no available funding at present, and in my opinion, unlikely to be included in the next budget to even make a start on this request. So I'm sorry, I would love to support this worthwhile proposal put forward by the residents, but not at this point in time. And although there have been numerous reports on people suffering injuries by utilising a well-worn track, I would suggest perhaps if you're not quite comfortable with the safety aspects of that, of accessing that particular path, then perhaps we look at, or you need to look at another option in the meantime. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. Councillor Shepherd.
Mr Mayor, apologies. I think I should declare an interest in this item.
Sure.
So I declare a non-pecuniary less than significant interest for the reasons that I live in the vicinity of the area that is the subject of the petition and could be perceived in some ways to benefit of it. However, I believe it's less than significant on the basis that I'm a part of a larger group that would benefit, and so I declare.
So you'll stay in the room?
I'll remain in the room for consideration of the item and
That's
voting.
the one. Thank you. We will just note that as well. Any further speakers on this item? I see and hear none. I put the motion. All those in favour? All in favour, none opposed. I declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 11.07, notice of motion, Arts Mid-North Coast membership. Councillor Edwards, I believe.
Yes, I'm getting a bit of exercise today, standing up here. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move 11.07, that Council 1, note that Arts Mid-North Coast has extended an offer to Council to rejoin Arts Mid-North Coast for the 2024-2025 by making a payment of $9,230.20 inclusive of GST. 2, request the Chief Executive Officer to provide a report to the February 2025 Ordinary Council meeting that includes the merits for Council's potential membership of Arts Mid-North Coast and also identify a potential funding source if available to fund this expenditure. And 3, request the Chief Executive Officer give consideration to the inclusion of resourcing for Port Macquarie Hastings Council's membership with Arts Mid-North Coast in the draft 2025-2026 operational plan.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Shepherd, thank you. Councillor Edwards, would you like to talk to this one?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Essentially, I just added the extra clause from what was in the business papers so that we can get that in there going forward, some consideration of this membership. I'd also like to ask Mr Mayor if I could table the offer as advised by governance, table the offer from Arts Mid-North Coast.
You may, on the basis that you did provide it to me before the meeting, which is appreciated, and that was a request of mine. So yes, thank you. I'm happy to have that tabled.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
So tabled. Thank you. Sorry, it wasn't meant to be flippant.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I don't have much more to say on this. I'll see what the rest of the floor what wish to say.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. As seconder, just expressing my support of this on the basis as I believe the most financially efficient way for us to achieve a range of arts and cultural development related activities, rather than Council trying to take on that role amongst the many other things that we do. If we have subject matter experts who have the local networks and also connections with nearby local networks in order to get these outcomes quite effectively. I think that that's a good way for to be approaching meeting these needs and adding this value for our community.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Any further speakers on this item? Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So just noting and supporting this particular amendment or motion. Just noting that last year's membership fee of $16,616 provided an estimated return of $82,376 for the Port Hastings region, but you can't put a price on how Arts Mid North Coast has developed, encouraged and promoted local artists, creatives, musicians and performers, and allowing them to showcase their work, to learn more about their craft and improve their natural talent. And in turn, local venues benefit from their involvement in drawing people in to appreciate their skills and abilities. I am happy to consider funding a funding source option or options to cover the 9,000 plus membership costs for this financial year, and I guess we'll see what comes out of that February 2025 report. For those who are unaware, in mitigating the cost of the current rate freeze, which led to budget limitations, community development and cultural programs were affected. In hindsight, in my opinion, perhaps cutting the funding for another program or service could have been considered, but we are where we are now. I hope we can find a solution and we get on board again in the 25-26 operational plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. Any further speakers on this one?
I'll speak in favour of this motion as well. Being a part of this art, having this the Arts Mid North Coast membership, it's not just our community as well. It's as well as other Mid North Coast councils as well that participate in this art group, and retaining membership also further supports this among the Mid-North Coast. So it's not just affecting our local community, it's also affecting our neighbouring communities as well by partaking in membership. Also, as Nick mentioned, we do actually, putting in an extra 9,000 to get an extra 60,000 back in terms of in the community, I think is very beneficial. Like I know that even before I ran for council, like things like the Tortuga Festival, many things that they've contributed to in the community that people benefit from and provides additional cultural benefits in our region. So I think that for the $9,000 that we're looking at, I think this is a very good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tubman. Councillor Hornshaw.
I'd like to speak against this motion. I think that Arts Mid North Coast does great work. I think many community groups do great work, and community groups that want funding should apply for grants. And this Arts Mid North Coast has received a grant from this council, and I think grants can be offered when the money is available, and they can be asked for and either accepted or declined. When it becomes a membership, then you're kind of on the hook. It's very hard to ever get out of it. You're expected to renew it every year, and if you don't, it's like they're ripping $9,000 out of our organisation. Aren't they awful? And so it then just commits council basically forever. At least there'd be pressure on council to commit forever. And it's not on a grants basis based on some particular piece of work. It just becomes part of their operational budget that they then can't do without. So I don't think we should be... and then other organisations also would say you should be a member of us too, and our fee is $15,000, and you should be a member of us as well, and it's $20,000. And how do we say no to other community organisations? When it's grants based, though, there is more of a mechanism. I also don't think that something like this, a request for money from a community group, should be brought in the way it has as a motion to the council. It should be applied for to council, but not put as a motion from the floor. We all have community groups that we like and that we're interested in, but I don't think we should be taking the time here on the floor to be asking for money for those organisations. Also, we heard if it is the case that having a council as a member gets them other money from the state government, they could offer a free membership to council, and then if that gets them out of that predicament and gets them extra money from the state, we could do that just to help them with that paperwork if that's what it requires. But I don't think we should be paying for membership. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hornshaw. Any further speakers? Councillor Shepherd, yep.
Thank you. Question, Mr Mayor, through you, if I may, to Councillor Edwards. Can you explain why you've chosen to bring this as a notice of motion rather than encourage Arts Mid North Coast to go through some other mechanism to pursue this matter?
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. I'll take that on notice. I was going to respond to comments from Councillor Hornshaw in my own reply.
Thank you. I'm happy to speak in support of the item, notwithstanding what Councillor Hornshaw has said, and I agree with quite a lot of what he said there. There's processes and mechanisms to deal with this sort of thing, but pulling one item out to consider it on the floor it could be seen as setting a precedent. What I'm reading in the motion, though, we're noting something, we're requesting more information, and we're requesting consideration. So I think it's softened quite some from where I think it started before now. On that basis, though, I would probably still have concerns about how we have dealt with this one, or what precedents it might set with other people requesting things of council as well. So I think I would foreshadow that I'd be reluctant to support pulling money from other projects or initiatives through this current budget. More support item 3, which is give consideration in the forward plan. So having said that, I'm happy to support on that basis. Thank you. Any further comments? Right of reply, Councillor Edwards.
Yes, and thank you everybody for all of those comments, and thank you, Mr Mayor, for some of your points, which were very, very good points. I would like to respond with just a few details here. I think that how this has come about and why it has come about this way is that it appeared to be clearly a financial decision, which I thought because of a certain financial situation that required us to not renew the membership, that it seemed that it was sort of a clear cut. However, as we can see in point 2, we're seeking more information from staff. So depending on what they come back with to us as well, it'll be another opportunity for councillors to make a decision about the value of the program moving forward. So I would say that I understand and I do respect and I do agree about the comments around process. However, because we've been a member and this was simply seemed more about retaining a membership, in light of the information delivered to us from Arts Mid North Coast on the benefits and on the extra financial negatives to them of not having us as members, to the greater support financially they're getting from the state government for our region. And clearly the state government requires, in order to give that funding through this organisation, they require them to be members of their councils to be members, so that flows directly to all those council areas within the Mid North Coast region, so that it's a way of making sure, I think, that it does actually, the benefit does come down when they're going to match and give them nearly $80,000 for a council's contribution, that we're actually going to see the benefit of that because we're members. So those are some of the points I would make, which I hope answers some of the points and question raised. And let's see what comes back in February, and then we'll have a bit more of an idea about looking toward the future OP as well.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. I put the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Interman, Shepherd, Lipovac, myself, Kirkman, Tubman, Edwards. Those against? Councillor Hornshaw. Thank you. Declare that carried. Okay, item 11.08, notice of motion, Beachwatch Partnership Program. Councillor Lipovac, you have a motion?
Happy to move the recommendation as is.
Thank you. I'm happy to second. Would you like to talk to this one?
Just briefly, so you don't require me to read out the recommendation that was put forward by Councillor Maltman, who's absent.
You could do that as part of your talk or before it. It's up to you.
I may as well, because I don't have much more information.
Thank you.
So the recommendation is that that Council note the Beachwatch Partnership Program assisting local councils to monitor and report recreational water quality along the New South Wales coast, monitoring a range of sites including ocean beaches, estuarine swimming areas, lake and lagoons swimming sites. Point 2 being requests the Chief Executive Officer give consideration to the inclusion of resourcing In the draft 25-26 operational plan and budget for implementation and ongoing monitoring of and participation in the Beach Watch Partnership Program in the following Port Macquarie Hastings local government area locations, being Town Beach, Flynn's Beach, Lighthouse Beach, Lake Cat-Eye Lagoon, Rainbow Beach, Bonny Hills and Grants Beach at North Haven, and point 3 being identify any or all impediments to the inclusion of the Beach Watch Partnership Program in the 25-26 draft operational plan. So, noting that that a number of Northern New South Wales councils currently participate in the current season of Beach Watch, being Ballina, Bellingen, Clarence Valley and Richmond Valley. So it's quite obvious that the likes of Midcoast, Port Hastings, Maclean and Buckacoffs are not involved, but there are benefits here that I know that Councillor Maltman has mentioned on a number of occasions over recent years, and the request has been raised, as indicated by the comments here by the CEO, several times prior, and considered by Council in the development of the past 2 draft operational plans, but not included in previous plans due to competing resource priorities. So hoping that the request is achievable and able to be considered again in the development of the 25-26 operational plan, and it's good to see that staff don't have any concerns with this motion either. So in that respect, happy to support what appears to be a very valuable program for our local area.
Thank you, Councillor Pivac. I'm happy to speak in support, noting as well, just for the record, that this was put forward by Councillor Danielle Maltman, incorrectly noted in the agenda. Obviously, following on from the comments from the previous discussion that I had, I think this is a more appropriate way of trying to have something included in an operational plan from a councillor's point of view. Requesting, the consideration of inclusion, I think it's always the best way to go. Not all of these, I will add, do actually make the final operational plan, so it is something, though, that we get to discuss as part of the process. So on that basis, I'm happy to support this one. Any further comments? Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm speaking in support of this. I have supported this each time it's come to the chamber floor, and I've supported it through budget submission as well. I would simply like to make a couple of comments, in particular about where we might see funding for that. I would like us to investigate whether the environmental levy could be something that is directed towards this program, very valuable program for the community, and seeking support that environmental levy do seek to go towards some of these environmental projects, which I believe it's intended, and for us to look as councillors at that levy, at that fund that all ratepayers pay each and every year as an ongoing levy, to see that we do more of this kind of work, in my opinion, rather than some of the infrastructure projects that we've seen it go to, such as playgrounds, upgrades, in fairly recent budgets. So let's hope that this one can be included, and I support it.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Any further speakers? Question, Councillor Interman.
This is a very appropriate process for consideration to be included in the budget. However, I would really like to encourage the notion that we as councillors get the opportunity to cast our eyes over all of these options, and including information in terms of what's business as usual within council, what are the optional projects within council, because otherwise we do get to the end of the year and we've not. There's something we want that's not in there, so it's up to us to engage our brains on it at the early stages of the budget. But we can only do that if we're actually given comprehensive information. So I would like to use my time on this to encourage that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. No further speakers. I put the item. All those in favour? All in favour. I see none against. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 11.09, notice of motion, community satisfaction survey results. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Council requests the Chief Executive Officer, 1, to advise the governing body of the following information as soon as possible, but by the end of December 2024. A, what results reports Council operational body have received in relation to 2024 Community Satisfaction Survey. B, which preliminary results or reports can be provided to councillors currently or with minor redaction or amendment. 2, to provide the governing body with preliminary results and reports identified in Part 1B as soon as practicable, but by the end of December 2024.
Thank you. Councillor Shepherd, do I have a seconder for this item?
Sure.
Councillor Interman, thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. I want to, for the most part, I'm going to read some of my comments with additions as appear in the agenda. So the Community Satisfaction Survey provides very valuable information to inform council decision making, and that's particularly important and present as we move towards the development of the delivery program, and it's going to be very far advanced by the time we have our next council meeting in February 2025. To be clear, this motion doesn't seek to bring the community satisfaction to the community any earlier, but rather seeks to ensure that the relevant Community Satisfaction Survey results are provided to us only as early as possible, to inform our conversations with community members, each other, and also to consider important community priorities alongside the current challenges and opportunities for council. Notably, in this meeting that we have, those Community Satisfaction Survey results could have indeed been very helpful in considering, for instance, the community engagement strategy that will form part of the IPNR, to inform our consideration of some of the community engagement plans. For instance, the walking and cycling review that's coming up, there's from the previous community satisfaction survey, there's insights there about how we might need to make sure that we get particular engagement from youth for this walking and cycling review, so that we ensure that the walking and cycling infrastructure into the future actually serves our future community as well. By way of background, over the last decade, Council has undertaken a community satisfaction survey every 2 to 3 years to understand and identify community priorities. The survey seeks to identify those priorities, the community satisfaction in council performance, and the level of community support for specific priority areas and desired level of investment, perceived quality of life. That information is really significant in terms of looking at service reviews, as well as supporting how the decisions that we will be influencing in terms of how funds are directed into the future. So the 2022 results saw a 12% decrease in overall community satisfaction in council, while the same period saw comparable regional and coastal councils, their community satisfaction remained steady or in fact improved. So while there was concerns, well, maybe COVID affected this, the fires affected this, the floods, actually comparable councils saw a steady or improving community satisfaction rating. What we saw from those results as well was indication of the drivers of community satisfaction, with the primary driver of the decrease in satisfaction being levels of communication and community engagement. So we get relevant information that can help us make decisions, for instance, in that community engagement strategy that we're about to look at very, very soon. Finally, I'd like to thank the CEO for her comments at the end, being very frank about this notice of motion not being supported. And I can understand that. And I want to acknowledge that what I'm asking is out of step of usual process. And this is not something that I would usually want to initiate. The reason I've initiated that, even though it's not a process I would usually support, is that it's an unusual situation. Our community survey was completed 4 months ago in unusual circumstances, would have been reported to council formally and in front of the community well before now. There's been operational circumstances that meant that that's been delayed, and that happens sometimes. However, we as councillors, even if that can't be made rightly available to the community, we as councillors, I think, can be trusted to treat preliminary results respectfully and with due regard, and to be able to consider that in our decision making prior to further tweaks to the final result that comes before us formally and before the community. And I very much welcome questions in relation to the relevance of my nom.
Thank you. Councillor Shepherd. Anyone else wish to speak on this item?
Briefly.
Councillor Interman.
Just to say, yes, I understand it's out of normal sequence or step, but we have an opportunity here, if we get the preliminary results, to at least start to inform ourselves of that. And Councillor Shepherd is quite right in saying that this is so important for us in terms of what priorities we decide going forward into the new year. And I want us councillors, to be as informed as possible, as early as possible. And those preliminary results will certainly help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. Councillor Hornshaw.
Can I just ask a question through you, Mr Mayor,
Sure.
to the CEO? Do you still have the same concerns that were expressed in the council papers? And can you just explain those concerns if so?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, Councillor Hornshaw. Any data set that you receive first stage, without it being explained in terms of the researcher, how they actually, formed their opinion in terms of that data, could create a bias when you get the final result or the final report. And so what you really need to do when you have that level of data is you need to cleanse data, you need to be able to remove items that potentially are skewing that level of information, and then you produce a final report. With any, research techniques, that would be the appropriate thing to do so that you can ask valid questions throughout the process. Before the end, user receives that data, they can then know that that data set is absolutely accurate. When you're doing any level of data analysis or algorithms, you have to cleanse the data and you have to remove items that are skewing the information. I would want to be very confident that the data that councillors were receiving was the final set of data that had gone through that robust process. Leading to Councillor Shepherd's information, last I heard we hadn't done the comparisons in terms of the other local governments, and I would really want that to be in the context, because I think it's an important context in terms of looking at the other local governments in terms of where they sit with the data set as well. So I believe there's a lot of information that we do need to provide. I understand it's frustrating for Councillor Shepherd and other councillors that don't have that information, and yes, there have been some operational delays in terms of providing that, but I still hold the same concerns. Where I've looked at the data, I would be happy to provide an overview to councillors of the data that I see that would be robust, but it would be a fairly high-level overview where I know that significant, factors are not going to alter the final outcomes significantly.
Thank you, Madam CEO. Councillor Shepherd.
Question, Mr Mayor, to clarify some points of this, from the CEO, if possible.
Mm-hmm.
The motion requests advice as to what reports or results the council operational body have received, and then which of those might be available to be provided to council. Are you suggesting that the only results that have been provided to council are raw data, or is it in fact that some preliminary results have been a preliminary report has been provided with some of the benchmarks, most up-to-date benchmarks not yet available, included in that report?
We do have a preliminary report, and we do have a little bit of a PowerPoint that's been started to put together, and we have gone back to ask questions and verify that data, and we do have some emerging themes that we can identify, but we are asking questions, and the benchmark data, we're still getting that in at this point in time, so that is correct.
Thank you, Madam CEO. So, Councillor Shepherd.
Foreseeably, clauses 1A and B, to clarify, again, the supplementary, through the CEO, simply ask what results and reports have been received by the operational body and which of those could be provided to the councillors. And foreseeably, an answer to that could be none, with reasons. Clause 2 then goes on to specify that any preliminary results identified in that clause B would then be made available to councillors.
Is there a question there, Councillor?
What would be the objection? What's the specific objection to clause A, which would be simply identifying to councillors what reports and results have been received by the operational body?
Madam CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think I just told you what we'd received, and therefore I would come back to you with that response.
Thank you. I'm happy to speak against the item. I will read the comments by the CEO just for those that don't have it in front of them. This notice of motion is not supported. There's been insufficient time for staff to respond to the notice of motion and consult with the councillor prior to preparing the business papers. A councillor briefing will be conducted by the consultants undertaking the survey in February 2025, which will provide all relevant information to councillors, and the release of this information prior to the briefing would be preemptive and without context. Council has currently not received the final report from the consultants, and it would be inappropriate to provide the information provided by the consultant to date without providing the consultant an opportunity to guide councillors through the outcomes of the survey. As a councillor, I read that and I look at where we are now, which is near on mid-December. Our next meeting is in February. I don't have any plans as an individual councillor to do a heck of a lot of research and work, and quite happily engage with my community in a number of other things whilst we can and take some downtime. So February doesn't seem like it's that far away in the context of the break coming up. So in that context and the CEO's comments there, it appears that council will be right across this one as early as possible in the new year. So on that basis, I'm happy to vote against, but also take further comments. Thank you.
Question, Mr Mayor.
Yes.
Through you to Madam CEO. Just could you give the councillors a bit more of an idea of what the reasons are that this is behind schedule?
Through you, Mr Mayor, there have been some staffing delays, and so I don't want to go into details in terms of some of those circumstances, but there's been some operational delays.
Thank you.
One more
Councillor
question,
Roberts.
Mr Mayor, through you to Councillor Shepherd. Having heard that comments read out moments ago, can I just ask, when did you send this draft notice of motion in to commence discussion?
I would note in the first instance that I've been asking questions about the community satisfaction survey for, I think, 2.5 months. And the notice of motion was lodged, I believe, early morning or 10 a.m. on like two days before the deadline for lodgement of noms.
Thank you. Any further speakers? No. Right of reply, Councillor Shepherd.
So I think that this matter of specifying what it is that Council will be interested to see is really important, because a preliminary report, which we understand has in fact been received, is very different to an uncleansed data set. So yes, we would need to be aware, should we decide to have access to, be given access to a preliminary report, we would need to understand that the most recent benchmarking against comparable councils would not yet be available, and of course we would need to be keeping our minds open to those particular matters being different when it comes formally before us in February. But ultimately, a preliminary report would in fact provide us with relevant insights moving forward for those of us who are choosing to do some work over the next few months before the next break, and in particular noting that when we get to February, we're looking at being less than a month potentially to the draft IP&R suite actually being presented to us. Perhaps it will come later to April, but ideally it'll be coming to March. And so it's really important for us to be starting to understand what those key themes are that we're hearing from our community. And I ask my peers' support for us to take this slightly unusual step in very unusual circumstances, so that, again, we can be making well-informed decisions into the future.
Thank you. With that, I put the item to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Interman, Shepherd, Lipovac, Tubman, Edwards. Those against? Councillor Hornshaw, myself, Councillor Kirkman. Declare the item carried. Thank you, councillors. Item 11.10, notice of motion, Port Macquarie Hastings Sporting Fund. Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I do have a new motion to put forward, and I'll read it out for you. That Council 1 appoints myself, Councillor Lipovac, to chair the Port Hastings Sporting Fund. 2, appoint Councillor Hamish Tubman as the alternative chair for occasions where the chair may be absent from the meeting. I don't think I need to go on with a discussion on this particular item, other than the fact if there's any other councillors who want to chair or become the alternative chair, now is a good time to speak up. Otherwise, let's put it to a vote. Thank you.
I will take a seconder first, but thank you for the hurry along. Councillor Tubman is happy to second. Thank you. Now I'm happy to put it to a vote if you'd wish. Does anyone like to speak to this one? I don't think so. Thank you so much. All those in favour? I see none opposed. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you for the help with the hurry along. Item 11.11, Community Engagement Strategy Review. I have an item in front of us. Anyone like to move? Councillor Shepherd, second by Councillor Intiman. Thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
I'd like to acknowledge the huge amount of work that's gone into this in a really frank assessment of some of the challenges and shortcomings of some of the community engagement approach in recent years. And I don't think that in any way we should be looking at that in a overly critical or negative way, because I think when we're naming those sorts of issues, that's exactly what gives us the opportunity to address them. And there's no issue with that. I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to move this, and I'd really encourage our community to see this as an opportunity to look at a whole range of elements as to how we're going to be held accountable to delivering on our delivery program into the future. One point that I do want to bring out is that I understand that in particular there's particular input into this from people who have contributed to a survey in relation to the development, but that largely the people who participated in that survey were in fact people who are already engaged with council. And a part of the challenge that we have as councillors supporting the work of council, one of our key roles is, of course, is being a conduit to our community. And so one of our key roles in this is looking at what's our responsibility for ensuring this gets to the people who are not already engaged with council. We do run the risk of, in fact, only hearing from people who are already engaged, and I'm really pleased to see that the community engagement strategy sets out to ensure that that isn't the case. But of course the community engagement plan or the community engagement that happens now needs to effectively engage those parts of the community that we don't yet have clear conduits to. So we've got some big work in the coming months, and when this goes to exhibition, to make sure we're thinking about how do we get this to parents. Does it go into a fact sheet in school newsletters so that parents are reading this? Does it? Do we take this specifically to the Hastings Youth Voice and say, okay, what do we got to do? How do we hear from you more? How do we hear more from youth? So I think we need to, we as councillors need to think creatively here, and I also hope that in the engagement that goes out throughout this public exhibition period, that those sorts of things are a part of those sorts of actions are a part of our engagement plan also.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Any further speakers on this item? I see and hear none. Right of reply I don't think is necessary. Thank you. All those in favour? Thank you. None opposed. To declare that carried unanimously. Item 11.12, proposed future use of currently vacant building at 143 Gordon Street, Port Macquarie.
Yes,
Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I provided an alternate motion to councillors just this morning. Apologies for the lateness. Just adding a clause, but I'll I'll read it out. That Council 1 defer consideration of item 11.12, proposed future use of the currently vacant building 143 Gordon Street, Port Macquarie, to the February 2025 Ordinary Council meeting. 2, request the Chief Executive Officer to pause all activities in respect of leasing of 143 Gordon Street, Port Macquarie, pending the outcome of Council's consideration at the February 20... Oh, that's wrong. We need that to be 2025. February 2025 Ordinary Council meeting, please. And 3, request the Chief Executive Officer to facilitate an inspection of the building by representatives from one or more of the following local homelessness interagency member organisations: Community Housing Limited, Nemai National, YP Space Mid-North Coast and New Horizons. And 4, invite expressions of interest from interested groups regarding the lease and use of the premises.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Lipovac. Councillor Edwards, would you like to speak to this one?
Yes, just briefly, Mr Mayor, I did get a little bit of feedback from staff on this morning and added that clause 4. Quite simply, I'd like to say to councillors, I was actually really of the mind to just let this go, but having had contact from the interagency who've been seeking to be able to inspect the building for around 3 weeks, I think it is, that I felt like, okay, I'm going to see if the councillor body would support deferring this just one more time to allow that to happen, to see if there is a suitable use of this building as is.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Any questions, comments? Councillor Shepherd? Yes, thank you. It was seconded by Councillor Lipovac. Thank you. Appreciate that. Councillor Shepherd. Thank you. I will clarify though, Councillor Edwards, point 4 there, it was just typed in as you were talking. Is that what your intent was?
Mr Mayor, yes, that's what was provided to me today, with the advice that to have a transparent and fair process for the use of community asset. That's a good process. So
It sure is. Thank you. Any further comments on this one? Councillor Hornshaw?
Just a question through you, Mr Mayor.
Sure.
I'd just like to better understand what happens if this motion fails. What happens to the building then? What's the other alternative?
Fair question. I'll put that through the CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Director Watkins.
Through Madam CEO, the 2 motions so far have been deferring any consideration of leasing, so we would just put it back on the open market to find tenants for the premises until such times council determines what it would do in terms of disposal or retention of the building in future.
Thank you. Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So at this point in time, before we go down the path of sending it back into the marketplace, I think it is important that we are here for the community, for all members of the community, regardless of their financial standing. And it's important that we determine a future use of this particular vacant building at this point in time, or in February, once we have been able to ascertain whether or not this facility is suitable for the organisations we have mentioned. They may come back once they've inspected the premises and say, no, it's not good enough, we needed something else. That's fair enough, but I think we really need to go down the line, go down the path of ensuring that at least they've had an opportunity to have a look at the building to ensure that is something that maybe they can use, and then we can enter into an agreement or a leasing arrangement in relation to what they require that building for. So I don't want this to fail, so to speak. In my opinion, we need to ensure that we are doing what we can for our local community by ensuring that we can, in fact, provide a suitable premises for any activities that these organisations are involved in the most vulnerable members of our community. So again, I encourage fellow councillors to get behind this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. I haven't yet decided if I'm speaking to or for and against. Question to Councillor Edwards. So you indicated that the relevant parties, had tried to get in contact 3 weeks ago. Can you speak to more? So what made that? What was the obstacle to proceeding with an inspection since the last meeting?
Councillor Edwards.
I'm not sure, Councillor Shepherd, I don't have all of the details of that other than through the conversation, but I believe there's just been no response. So it does seem that it might be the case that the right channel or the right person, I have no idea like who was contacted or why they were decided to be contacted, but it might have not been the right channel, but there's been no response.
To clarify.
Councillor Shepherd.
So supplementary clarifying that contact was made, but they had not received a response from council as yet.
Thank you. Just a question without notice, Madam CEO. Councillor Hornshaw has raised a reasonable point in that if this is lost, and we have had clarification, the property would go back on the market. I appreciate item 4 in there, but my concerns are on this one are around optics, whether we're in some way indicating that the facility may go to a special interest group or sector as opposed to anyone else generally that may have an interest. I appreciate item 4. From a probity point of view, is this the most appropriate way of dealing with this issue?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Director Watkins, I know you're itching to say something, so I'm going to hand over to you.
Thank you, Madam CEO. Firstly, just in terms of the reason why we haven't facilitated inspection is item 2 of the resolution and the previous resolution, which says the CEO is to pause all activities in respect of leasing the property. Any tenant for this property would be leasing or licensing the property, so the staff are following the resolution of the council. So to inspect for the purpose of leasing and licensing would be one of those activities. In terms of the most appropriate way, normally what we do for the leasing and licensing of properties is we seek expressions of interest from a broad spectrum of the community, depending on the nature of the facility. And those EOIs would actually articulate what the potential tenant would be seeking from the property, what they offer, how they're going to set up, those sorts of things, so that council can make an equitable decision, a transparent decision about the suitability of whichever one it chooses. So my recommendation is that it should go through an EOI process, the same as any other community group has to go through, which would make it more transparent. Mr Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh.
Yes, this is a challenge. I think I might need to put an alternate motion on the table, and I will, but I will clarify it after I've articulated it. So it'll be foreshadowed. Which would take in point 4. With that council invite EOIs from interested groups regarding the lease and use of the premises. That's it. Just wait for that to be set there, but also we'll ask for clarity around what implications that simple motion may have from a process point of view or a council point of view through the CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Director Watkins, I mean, to me, it just enacts the process. But
Through you, Madam CEO, I'd agree. Yes, it does.
Thank you. All right, that is foreshadowed, so I won't speak on that, obviously. Councillors, we're back with the original motion. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do have a question on the back of that. Is there has there been an expression of interest? Is there a current expression of interest for that building that's been put in by anybody?
Through Madam CEO.
through you, Mr Mayor, Director Watkins.
Through you, Madam CEO, no, that's the reason why we're here. There has been no expression of interest.
Thank you. Councillor Intiman, yes. Question.
I'm just wondering if the proposed clause 2, in fact, is detrimental, bearing in mind what Director Watkins said earlier about pausing the process. Because if you're pausing the process at 2, then you're not able to facilitate the inspection and et cetera, et cetera. So I would ask Councillor Edwards to please reconsider clause 2.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. Councillor Edwards, would you like to stick with your motion here, or would you prefer to either withdraw or amend in any way?
Yes, I'm just thinking about that on my feet. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Certainly if that's an impediment, it's unhelpful. I did wonder about that clause 2, back when it was first put on the council agenda by me, but also I'm not sure why it wasn't raised in November when this exact thing happened, and there was discussion around inspection of the building at that time. So happy to remove clause 2. And I'd ask that, bearing in mind that approach has already been made by parties mentioned in clause 2, if that is fine to leave in there, and then it still doesn't change anything that they'd have to put in an EOI, and so would anybody else? Or is there a problem with clause 2 still?
Thank you. I'll take that as a question through the CEO.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Director Watkins, do you want to respond?
Through you, Madam CEO, I think the cleaner process is to just call for expressions of interest and from community groups for the purpose of, rather than naming. I think you run the risk of actually missing somebody.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. So I'm going to have to ask you to...
Yeah, I think I need to amend it based on
amend.
that. So we need to get rid of clause 2, and it sounds like we need to amend what is clause 3, which will become clause 2, to take in specific words about community groups. Invite expressions of interest from interested community groups. Is that right? Was that what I picked up? Regarding the lease and use of the premises?
It's your motion.
Well, sorry, I was
Do you have a
taking the
question?
words I heard from the Director.
Would you like help from the Director?
The question is, Director Watkins, did I hear you right?
Thank you. Through the
Mr
CEO.
Mayor, Director Watkins.
Thank you, Madam CEO. I would put the words about community groups involved in homelessness services.
Thank you. So invite expressions of interest from interested community groups involved in homelessness services. Community groups involved in homelessness services. Perhaps I should say within the Port Macquarie Hastings LGA, please. Okay.
Happy with that?
At the moment, I think they're just changing, Mr Mayor, to take that out, because that's what I was intending. Yes, that's what I'm asking. Thanks.
Okay. So that's what you're happy with, Councillor Edwards? Councillor Lipovac, are you happy with that as put?
Yes and no, but I thought there was a big part of it was the inspection process, so I'm a bit surprised it's now been removed. So I don't know if I can support that as it is.
Okay.
Perhaps you have a question, but I might ask it, Councillor Lipovac, Mr Mayor, through Madam CEO. The expression of interest process, does that negate people being able to ask for an inspection, or is that part of that expression of interest process?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Director Watkins.
Through Madam CEO, the EOI process can accommodate an inspection if they so wish.
You're happy to support on that basis? Okay, so we do have a motion moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Lipovac. We have had speakers, I believe, on that also. I do have a question, which is about what I talked about before, probity and process, Madam CEO. Inviting just special interest groups as opposed to anyone else, is that something that we need to consider here as well?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I don't want to throw a spanner in the works, but I've always had the view that this is a commercial property, that we haven't considered it in terms of our strategic property portfolio. We haven't determined what we're going to do with that particular building. There are DA considerations, there are financial considerations. By putting it to a limited market, can they afford to pay that? That's an awful lot of resources that council's going to put in to work with those groups who potentially can't pay for the use of the building. So I do have a number of concerns about the process, but also the use of the asset and the return on that investment for council as well. So that's just some of my concerns around some of these things. I understand that you've got community groups that really need space out there, but I have said before, once we put community groups into those facilities, it's very difficult if you then decide you want to sell and you want to basically put that on the open market or develop it, then you're going to have to consider that engagement with those particular community groups in terms of rehousing. So for what it's worth, it is a council decision, but there are some thoughts to consider.
Thank you, Madam CEO. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. I think the comments Madam CEO has made are really important to have as part of the dialogue right now, because as we look to the future, I don't think we can foreshadow that a particular use of a particular piece of property ongoing, whether that's regardless of the costs associated with that. So I am happy to support the motion at this stage, but I think it's really important that the interested community groups are not under the impression that this is a endorsement of council, that this will be available if it is suitable. As I understand it, that's a part of the point of the inspection, is to understand would this even be suitable for their purposes anyway, and then we can make our own assessment of whether that weighs up appropriately against the extremely relevant costs that the CEO is raising for us in our current financial situation. So I just want to make a point very clearly to the interested groups. You know, certainly this is the opportunity to come forward, make an expression of interest, inspect the property, and ensure that it meets the needs. But also just being very clear that there'll be constraints and challenges into the future that would need to be very openly navigated, and that council does need to consider financial outcomes in the future so that we are able to deliver our core services into the future as well. With that, I'm happy to support this, but just putting those comments very candidly into the chambers also.
Thank you. Councillor Hornshaw.
I want to speak against the motion. I prefer the foreshadowed motion. It seems like we're trying to engineer an outcome by removing the opportunity cost. If we invite expressions of interest from everybody, including homeless services and everybody else, then we can say, okay, well, there's an expression from the homeless service X, and they're offering such and such. And if we were to take that up, we'd have to turn down an offer of Y from someone else, and we'd be able to consider that. But by not having the alternative even available, it'll just look like, oh well, there's something on the table, and we're more inclined to just take it. At least we should know what we'd be turning down.
Thank you, Councillor Hornshaw. Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So we need to reiterate the fact that this premises has been vacant for 2 years. No one has come forward asking to get involved in getting into that building and working out of that. So there's an opportunity here that, in fact, there will be some money coming back to council, whether it be a small amount or a large amount. I don't think is something that we need to debate here. It's a case of, are we providing a community service? Are we ensuring that those who require a building to be able to service the community, those members who need it most, they have a home base, whether it be for 12 months before something else comes along, whatever the case may be, just to get them started to see what they can do. It has been discussed both in the chamber and in the council officers that they are looking, they are keen, they are eager to try and get involved in an available building in the CBD where you'll find the majority of homeless people in the Port Macquarie area are. It's convenient, it's good proximity to all the services they require. In fact, all the services will be at the one venue. So I really want to give these guys, or any organisation involved in homelessness, the opportunity to be able to get in there, have a look around, see if it works for them, and not just fob it off to the highest bidder, so to speak. Again, no interest in 2 years. Here's an opportunity that we can follow up on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. Councillor Edwards? No. The item has substantially changed and been altered. I'm happy for people to take that as an opportunity to provide comment, and I'll take that myself. The foreshadowed motion I'm not talking to, but does not preclude things moving in, I guess, a general direction. So if there are, and speaking against the current motion, I don't think there's anything in what I've proposed as foreshadowed that would have a significant impact on where we're going or the opportunities available to all parties. And I think that's what I'm trying to do, and reflecting on Councillor Hornshaw's comments as well. We don't know what that looks like, but I also understand, Councillor Lipovac, that it has sat vacant for quite a while. So I think my concerns are more around a probity and a process issue here, not necessarily excluding people from a process, and anyone that wants to come forward in the foreseeable future still has that opportunity. So in that, I'd just be speaking against the motion. Thank you. Any further speakers for or against? Councillor Edwards, right of reply?
I have another question, Mr. Mayor, to try and work out if there is a way forward with what's foreshadowed and what's in clause 2 at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask a question through you, Mr. Mayor, through to Madam CEO, about whether or not invite expressions of interest from interested groups, including those involved in homelessness services within the port, would be a way of actually capturing both?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we're playing semantics.
Thank you. I'm happy to contribute to an answer on that. I actually had here that council invite all interested parties, including homelessness services, as an alternate. I'm happy if you want to move that direction, which would mean that I wouldn't need to, pursue the foreshadowed motion. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, I'm happy to take that in, Mr. Mayor, because I think that, yes, I'll go with that first, and then I'll.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll provide the words. Item 2, invite all interested parties to express interest in the proposed future use of currently vacant building, If there's a shorter way of doing that, it's fine, but happy to cut and paste that in there so it's clear. Invite all interested parties to express interest in the proposed future use of the currently vacant building. (143) Gordon Street, Port Macquarie. Including interested groups involved in homelessness services, etc., following through to the end. That's the suggestion, Councillor Edwards.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm only wondering whether or not the including interested groups should go up right after interested parties, including groups involved in, perhaps rather than disjointed, but before and after the property. Is that possible to?
Cut and
It means
paste.
the same, but it kind of reads a bit better.
Yep.
Including just before 2. to express? Let's keep the LGA, yes. Yep. Yeah, Hastings, please put dash Hastings.
Are you happy to take that as your motion? Councillor Lipovac, are you happy with that? Thank you. Okay, I think we have something to work with. Question, Councillor Intiman.
I'm going to suggest that you remove the word proposed because they're going to...
Sure. If everyone's happy with that. I've got 2 nods. Thank you. Right. Were you happy with that? Okay. Anyone like to speak? Councillor Shepherd.
I just want to confirm, should this motion be successful and we get a report back to February, am I to understand that that would contain information about the response to the invitation for expressions of interest?
Madam CEO.
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes.
Thank you. Right. Anyone like a right of reply? Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, councillors, for workshopping that one and having input. I'd just like to reiterate that this has come about, and the reason that this is on the agenda is because we're in a housing crisis and a homelessness crisis, and that location in the CBD is a preferred workable location. There isn't something available at the moment that can operate enough days of the week and with enough flexibility to provide a lot of for the needs of people experiencing homelessness. So just to reiterate that I'm happy to move with this, taking in the feedback from numerous councillors, because this is exactly the point, that when we come back to consider this, that the idea is that we actually are able to weigh up, economic and social outcomes here. So thank you for workshopping through that.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Put the item to the vote. All those in favour? All in favour, none opposed. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. All. Item 12.01, question with notice, Cairncross Waste Management, facility disposal of bricks and concrete. I'm happy to move. Is anyone happy to second? Sorry, Councillor Kirkman. Councillor Intiman, did you have something to move or discuss?
No, I really just, because of, so I'll speak to the motion speaking in favour of it. I really just wanted to bring it out to make sure that people in the community were aware of this, because it is a vitally, of great interest to certain parties. And I want to also, so yes, really just that. Make sure that people are aware that we are onto this, and hopefully we can get some answers in terms of dealing with the contamination, so that it's not so limiting to us. Yeah, I don't know if Director Fish would like to make any comment.
Thank you. I'll take that as a comment just for the moment. Councillor Shepherd.
Yes, just to, although Councillor Maltman isn't here, just to acknowledge and thank her for having lodged this question with notice. I think it's really valuable information for Council to be across, so just expressing that thanks on the floor.
Thank you. Any further speakers? I see and hear none. Put the item. All those in favour? All in favour, none opposed. I declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 13.01, Lake Caddo Natural Resource Management Monthly Update Report. Councillor Intiman moved, second by Councillor Tubman. Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak? Councillor Intiman.
I just again bring this item to the attention of those people who are interested in Lake Caddo and its development, and the number of very significant projects that are being undertaken there, and in particular I'm going to take every opportunity to promote the notion and the goodness of this disconnecting Lake Innes from Lake Caddo, and encouraging the continuing consultation towards that end, even though I'm aware that already there's been some opposition suggested. Cheers.
Thank you. Any further speakers? I see and hear none. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All in favour, none opposed. I declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 13.02, Development Assessment Panel, appointment of members and delegated authority. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If I may move an alternate motion.
A motion?
Being clauses, thank you. Clauses 1 to 4 being exactly as appeared into the publicly available council agenda. So I'll just read out the clauses 5 and 6. Being that council number 5, I'll wait till it's on the screen, sorry, there we go. Following the councillor induction session on planning and development, request the Chief Executive Officer to undertake a review of the Development Assessment Panel Charter in line with the local planning panel's model, including consideration of the following: A, additional membership; B, live streaming and recording of a future development assessment panels to be hosted on Council's website; C, revised information explaining the role, operation, membership, recruitment, selection, remuneration, legislative framework and governance of the development assessment panel; D, the delegated authority of the panel; E, cost implications for any proposed changes to the operation or administration of the development assessment panel; and 6, that Council receive a further report on the outcome of the Charter review detailing any proposed changes to the Charter in April, I might say by April 2025, with the intent that that means end of April 2025.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Is there a seconder for this item? Councillor Todman, thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. So substantially this item is appointing the membership of the Development Assessment Panel into the future, thanking one of the members who has been with the Development Assessment Panel over the previous 4 years, and delegating the relevant authorities to the Development Assessment Panel. That was the staff recommendation. So the additional clauses 5 and 6 effectively simply instigate a review of the Charter to take into consideration some of the available developments in relation to governance, to improve transparency and other elements of the governance as well. So this doesn't commit us to a different charter, but what it does is it uses the local planning panel governance model as a way for us to look at, well, how could we strengthen ours now? Our council has a unique model with the Development Assessment Panel, and so it's prudent for us to consider, well, how can we strengthen that? How can we strengthen that, and how can we have visibility across that also? So this provides that opportunity without committing us to adoption of a new charter, and provides an avenue for us to have a thorough discussion of the matters raised in Clause 5.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Tubman.
Yeah, so I'd like to speak in support of this motion. Just in regards to increasing transparency, I've heard on the campaign trail that many people have been saying, oh, it's, council, who knows what they're making decisions about, they don't listen to the community, things like that. And I think that having this increased transparency, I actually sat in on some of the DAP meetings, and I believe they were quite fair between the people making the complaints about the new development. And I think that if the community saw that, they would have more faith in the council. So definitely from a transparency point of view, I believe that that's adding value to the community and the council itself. So I think it will help our reputation in that regards. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tubman. Any further speakers on this item? Councillor Hornshaw.
I'm concerned about live streaming, that if it is live streamed, you won't get that to and fro and that honest, that rapport, and you'll get a much more controlled, predetermined meeting reading out a script, because they know it's being live streamed, so they won't want to say anything that leaves an open question or any little bit of doubt or whatever that others may comment on. So I'm just concerned about the impact of live streaming.
Thank you, Councillor Hornshaw.
I'll put that as a question to Councillor Shepherd.
Okay, I was wondering. Councillor Shepherd.
I'm happy to address that in final remarks. So perhaps if there's other people who'd like to speak right now, we'll do that first and then I'll speak in final remarks.
Sure, thank you. I just have a question. Given that we're adding something substantially, Madam CEO, to staff recommendation in points 5 and 6, could we have some sort of indication of whether this is appropriate? Is it funded? Does it take a lot of resources, etc.? Is this the right process to put something forward like this? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Director Watkins, I'd like you to respond on this one, given you've had a lot to do with the DAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam CEO. This probably isn't the place where you would call for a review of a charter because you're not touching the charter as a result of this report. It is actually about the membership in accordance with the charter. Having said that, it has been nearly 4 years since the current panel were adopted and the charter was reviewed at that stage. So it may be a timely review, but ordinarily this is the sort of request that would have been included in the operational plan as a body of work, but the work involved in reviewing it, considering its current operation, is not substantial. And that's why I've included or recommended to include it not until April, just to give us some time to actually undertake the work, because it will be a large body of work.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Lipovac.
Just a question, Mr Mayor, through you to Madam CEO. Do we know if this is quite common in other councils to have live streaming of DAPs?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I don't, Councillor Lipovac, but Director Watkins might know, and it sounds like Councillor Shepherd knows.
Through you, Madam CEO, it's common to have the live streaming of the local panels, which are the state government panels. Bit more rare to have the live streaming of committee meetings like development assessment panels. They're not as common in New South Wales. Councils are now looking, we're getting a lot of inquiries here at Port Macquarie about how we've actually established our DAP, because people are seeing it as a good vehicle for development assessment of those more complex matters. So they are looking to see how we're doing it. Other councils are really looking at their processes to have just simply minutes and outcomes from the meeting. To I guess, as the councillor said earlier, about encouraging that to and fro of information and discussion at the actual meetings.
Thank you, Director Watkins. Councillor Todman, question?
I would just like to reply to Nick's question as well. Is that a town councillor, correct? Sorry. Is that not?
Just as per code of meeting practice, we'll stick to the process on that one, thank you, which is that the question has been answered. Any further speakers for or against? No. Councillor Hornshaw?
May I foreshadow a motion?
You may.
I'd like to foreshadow a motion that's just the staff recommendation without point 5 and 6.
Thank you. Okay, save for some typesetting, I believe we've got that all cut and paste as foreshadowed, so we're not dealing with that one at the moment, but it is there. Any further speakers for or against the current motion? Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have two questions which I've just formed sitting here in the discussion. Through you, Mr Mayor, through Madam CEO, I'm just trying to quickly look at the charter again, but when would the review of the charter ordinarily happen? What sort of time phrase, what sort of intervals? Are we suggesting that there isn't a regular interval for reviewing this charter?
So, Madam CEO.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Director Watkins.
Through you, Madam CEO, no, I'm not suggesting that at all, Councillor Edwards. I'm suggesting that we simply have not undertaken or had cause to undertake a more substantive review of the charter since the last membership was adopted by Council. So it would be a matter for Council to incorporate it into the operational plan as an action.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
One more question, Mr Mayor, on whether it's a, through you, Mr Mayor, to Madam CEO, my understanding is whether it's a development assessment panel, which I think we're unique in that sense, or a local planning panel. My understanding is that they're all open to the public. So they're open to the public always, for few people, many people to be actually observing them. So is that correct?
Through you, Madam CEO.
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, that's correct. Director Watkins, did you want to add? But I don't think there's more to add.
Thank you. Okay. Almost there. Any further speakers? I will speak against this one on the basis that I think items 5 and 6 probably need a bit more work and consideration, and also listening to the comments by staff, there's probably a better way of dealing with this. What I think it has done on this occasion is probably clouded some of the good work that our council has done over a long period of time in instigating and implementing a development assessment panel, which I think is fantastic work by our council, and we've done that for quite some time. In my understanding and view, the DAP is certainly a way for items to be debated and discussed and determined at arm's length from councillors. So that also enables us as councillors to get on with other business rather than, I think, quite specific planning matters, which most of us, including myself, wouldn't have expert knowledge on. So I do appreciate the arm's length approach of the DAP. However, if we're going to review things and substantially, potentially alter, I think they need to go through a separate process, but also be placed into some sort of governance framework, etc. So on that, it's a technical speaking against, but I would favour the staff recommendation, which is substantially the same, and suggest there's other ways of councillors putting forward something for review, which could be as part of what we heard, the operational plan items that we decide to adopt next year. So on that basis, happy to speak against, but substantially support items 1 through to 4. Thank you. Any further speakers? Right of reply. Thank you, Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you, colleagues, again for raising such relevant and reasonable concerns, and so allowing that to be available for debate. So first thing I want to comment is that this is not the additional clauses are not intended at all as some sort of disparagement or concern about the functioning of the DAP. Rather, as a part of the broader commitment of this council to continuous improvement, taking the opportunity that presents itself to initiate an improvement process. So notably, this wouldn't commit us to any particular new charter, but rather commit us to a review and a consideration of what a new charter would be. If this were in fact if my motion were in fact to adopt a new charter, very different matter. So I just want to make it clear that for me, this is a commitment to taking opportunities for continuous improvement when they arise. So I want to respond to the question in relation to live streaming. So as it stands at the moment, our development assessment panel arrangement is unique, and across the rest of the state, if the DA isn't determined by staff, it's determined either by a local planning panel, the majority of which are live streamed and recorded, or it's determined by the council in open council meetings that are live streamed or recorded. So in fact, the DAP not being live streamed and recorded is a bit of a difference to where it's done elsewise. So while I acknowledge your concerns, it is what I'm proposing and is what's embedded or what's included in the local planning panels and normal practice. The other thing I do want to raise, when I'm referring to additional membership there, what I'm referring to is actually being able to have a discussion about the consideration of community representation on that panel, which perhaps I shouldn't raise now in my final remarks because it's I don't intend to raise red flags with that, but I want to be open about this being a discussion, not a commitment to any particular pathway. Now, in the New South Wales local planning panels, the state panels, so the panels initiated under the ministerial directive and operating under a ministerial directive, how they operate, they include a community representative. And there's a guide for the selection criteria. It's not we just pick someone who we think might be against everything, because that wouldn't work, right? You need someone who has relevant experience and knowledge both in the community as well as of local government and planning, etc. So I ask my colleagues to consider this motion, which substantially includes that additional action to initiate a review of the Charter, largely with a view to bringing it into alignment with best practice and allowing a robust discussion between all of us before that ultimately comes before us.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. That being the right of reply, I put the item. All those in favour? Councillor Interman, Councillor Shepherd, Councillor Tubman, Councillor Edwards. Those opposed? Councillor Hornshaw, Councillor Lipovac, myself, Councillor Kirkman. The item is split 4-4. I won't use the casting vote. We refer to the foreshadowed motion. Councillor Hornshaw has put forward. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Shepherd. Thank you. Do we need further discussion on this one?
Mr Mayor, may I ask a question to Councillor Hornshaw?
Sure.
Whether you give consideration to us requesting the CEO include a review of the DAP Charter in the 25-26 operational plan?
I don't think that should be part of this particular motion. I think that can be done somewhere else.
Thank you, Councillor Hornshaw. Any further speakers? Councillor Tubman.
Regarding the removal of the live streaming, the current DAP, the chair of the current DAP actually does the same thing for another council where they are live streamed. So regarding the concerns about them not, having making the decisions properly based on being live streamed, I believe that they are already being live streamed in the other council where they are a part of one of these DAP or equivalent groups. So I just thought I'd put that out there.
Thank you, Councillor Tubman. Any further speakers before we ask for a right of reply? I see none. Councillor Hornshaw, right of reply if you need it.
Just very briefly, I think everybody on the development assessment panel is a community representative. So I don't think it makes sense to have a delegated person who's got the title of community representative, because then what's everybody else? So I think that the way it's structured is fine, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Thank you, Councillor Hornshaw. That being the right of reply, I put the item. All those in favour? Councillor Interman, actually we're all in favour, so I declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 13.03, request to waive development contributions for state significant development application SSD 71373460 infill affordable housing 33 to 37 Gordon Street and 22 to 24 Grant Street, Port Macquarie. I'm happy to move staff recommendation. Anyone to second? Councillor Edwards, thank you. I think I'll speak to the item clearly, but more specifically that it may seem unusual for us to waive such a significant contribution. However, I just want to remind councillors and the community that we work with state and federal governments quite closely on a number of projects. We have quite a number of projects that we request support for from both levels of government. So I see this one in that lens, that if we were to say no or suggest something else, there's other avenues that could be used to impose this as well. So I think in that, I'd prefer us to continue to support the state and federal government wherever possible. I know it's a large number, however, the matter we're talking about here is affordable housing, and that's something that all of us, I think, would be looking to help remedy in this particular area. So on that basis, I'm happy to support. Any further speakers? Councillor Edwards?
Just briefly, Mr Mayor, to add to that, and to say, you know, that we really look forward to these almost 100 new residents for people needing 1 and 2 bedroom affordable housing. So bring it on.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards. Councillor Hornshaw.
I'd like to speak against this motion. If we can waive $1.17 million in developer levies, how about we just give the next 500 applicants $2,000 off their levies? Let's make all housing more affordable. The residents of this particular development, are they going to use the parks and the ovals and the libraries and council facilities? Yes, they are. So who is going to pay for their share? Everybody else. So I think that when the government, instead of when it's the government applying, we should waive the fee, maybe we should charge them extra. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hornshaw. Councillor Interman.
I'm not going to oppose this, but I have similar sentiments to Councillor Hornshaw. $1.17 million in foregone contributions is huge for this council. This is a cost-shifting exercise, and we suffer it. However, the state government should be able to pay its own way and should not be causing us an impost here for a development that they want to do and will be getting income from. So it's just an annoying part of this whole process whereby we have no choice. When it comes to these things, we either all join hands and sing Kumbaya because that's what the state government wants to do, but there's no consideration for the impost on this community, and the state government should be re-looking at how it operates these things and not continue to require this impost on local councils. I look forward to the development, absolutely, but they should pay their own way. They've got more money than us, and they tax people. We don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. Any further speakers? I hear none. I don't need a right of reply. Oh, sorry, Councillor Tubman.
Yeah, when I was looking into this one as well, the cost, we are missing out on a lot of money here, and there is the chance that the minister can just force us to eat it and just, you know, suck up the cost that we lost. But you know, when it comes to, we've been debating all day about $7,000. It's $360,000. I know it's going to a good cause, but this is something that, you know, is good for our community. However, it will cost others in the community as well. So it does make it difficult to agree with this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. No. All right, Councillor Edwards.
Question, Mr Mayor, through you to Madam CEO. I've listened to the points raised that this is cost shifting. I don't disagree, but what is the best channel for council to be addressing cost shifting? Is it this one-off development, or is it another way we should be going about raising the issues of cost shifting?
Madam CEO.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think it's a bigger conversation for council to have in terms of cost shifting generally.
Thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. I'm going to speak against but I may vote either way pending right of reply and the additional points raised. We have so little control over this, but the one point of control we have is right now, whether we indicate whether we're willing to waive that or not. The issue, of course, and the issue that's playing in my mind, the real stop point for me into voting as to whether to vote for or against this, is the effect this has on the state government's willingness to invest in social and affordable housing in the Port Macquarie Hastings into the future. Really don't want to provide any impediment to that. Really want to provide every incentive possible. So I suppose my view is this is not incentive at all because they're already going to do it. If I were to vote against, I'd be saying we want you to invest more. Let's let's consider waiving contributions in the future, but we need a pathway to be able to provide the amenities and facilities needed for the community who are going to be populating this development. So I look forward to the right of reply, having missed the initial remarks, and note that if I vote for it, it's largely going to be out of concern that the state will be deterred from future investment here that we really, really need from them.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A question through you. Should we vote against this particular item, what are the consequences? Does the state government simply come in and overrule our decision?
Thank you to Madam CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was waiting for someone to ask that question. Director Watkins.
Thank you, Madam CEO. That is an option. I don't think it's a simple process, but I can say that in other areas where the state are undertaking developments and contributions are not waived by the council, then the government will actually step in and not pay them. They aren't required to A, comply with all the conditions, or B, pay the contributions. It's by agreement, and that's been a state local arrangement since the beginning of time.
Thank you, Director Watkins. Councillor Interman.
Concerning the matter of how we deal with cost shifting, I just had a quick look, and we used to have a regular cost shifting report that came up, and so I would like to ask to. We used to have a regular cost shifting report that came up, and so I would like you to consider reinstating that, because we need to keep tabs on it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take that as a question and answer it and say thank you. Obviously, we're still on this particular item, so let's try and resolve this one whilst it's in front of us. If there's no further speakers, happy to use the right of reply. What I love about the council that we have at the moment is we have so many diverse views around the table. I think every councillor has raised some significant and important points. However, for me, on the daily, I go out to our community. I meet with our state or federal members at functions, events. I'm working really hard to try and foster positive working relationships. I look at the housing issues, the homelessness issue. I see this as a potential contribution on our behalf to help remedy some of those issues. I'd hate to see anything we do here have implications for support for our area going forward as well. So this one is a really vexed issue. Obviously, from a financial sense, it looks hideous, but from an investment point of view, I think there's enough ticks in the for column to continue to support this type of development, but also continue to work with our state and federal governments wherever possible, do everything we can to foster a relationship. And I think on this one, given everything councillors have said, I'd be keen for everyone to support, but I'd understand if they didn't. So with that, happy to put it to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Interman, Councillor Lipovac, myself, Councillor Kirkman, Councillor Edwards. Those opposed? Councillor Hornshaw, Shepherd and Tubman. Declare the motion carried. Thank you, councillors. Item 13.04, Hastings River Flood Study Extension. We will just pause for a moment for Director Fish. We'll have what I believe is Blaine West to stand in. Thank you. Momentarily. There we go. So move the staff recommendation via Councillor Interman. Seconder, please. Councillor Shepherd, thank you. Would you like to speak to this one, Councillor Interman?
This is always a big body of work. It's vitally important. It's going out on public exhibition. We usually get quite significant interest in this, particularly landowners who are affected by it. Nevertheless, it's going out for a minimum of 28 days, and so I move that we go out in 28 days. I want to finish my talk by asking through the CEO to Director Watkins. You always tell me that minimum 28 days doesn't mean a minimum of 28 days necessarily. We can go a bit longer. Can we please exhibit this for a longer period of time?
Thank you. Through you, Madam CEO.
Through you, Mr Mayor, it's really Group Manager Blaine West. Can we do it for an extended period of time on this particular one?
Through you, Madam CEO, of course, that's not an issue for us to extend if the council would like that.
Councillor Interman.
Just to make a comment, we've been told in the past that a minimum of 28 days just means that, and so we don't need to specify. If the staff, I would like the staff to consider an extended period of time, please.
Sure,
that may be decided as time goes on. You know that people might want an extension of time, but can we please make sure that we're trying to get all the comments, and no doubt there'll be a specific promotion out there to make people aware of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam CEO.
Yes, absolutely. We will certainly extend if need be.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. Just standing to thoroughly encourage community members to engage with this report and engage with the documents go to public exhibition. This really forms the foundation of how council will be ending up approaching flood management into the future, risk management, those sorts of things. And so this is really important data to be gathering from the community about on-the-ground experience, and also feedback on so some of the modelling and some of the considerations outlined in the report. I'll leave it there at this stage, but I thoroughly encourage the community to engage with this information thoroughly.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Edwards.
Question, Mr Mayor, around the date. Is this going beyond 28 days? Would that make the tabling the report at May more difficult? And is there anything else it would hold up? Sorry, through you, Mr Mayor, to Madam CEO. Is there anything else that extending that all-important Hastings River flood study might affect?
Through you, Madam CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll hand over to Group Manager Blaine West.
Thank you. Through you, Madam CEO, we will be looking at our voluntary house raising policy as well, concurrently with this work, but that really is the Camden Haven flood study coming in as well. So it shouldn't delay, extending the date won't delay taking that policy to engagement. It may delay us to table it to May to give consideration properly to our community. So I would suggest that you may want to look at tabling that for June of 2025, but that will not delay any of the other projects we have going.
Thank you. Councillor Interman.
I'm happy to extend that to June if my seconder is also happy.
Councillor Shepherd.
I'm sorry, even if I can say by the June meeting, which doesn't preclude it from being lodged earlier if necessary. Thank you.
Councillor Shepherd.
Yes, I'll take that in.
Thank you. And adjusted to June. Any further speakers before Councillor Hornshaw.
I'd like to speak against this motion. I think having flood studies are useful when it's based on real-world measurements and real-world historical evidence. Whenever, as this is, it's based on climate modelling, and climate modelling is just in someone's computer, what goes in determines what goes out, and what goes in is assumptions that the climate has a lever, a knob, that can be turned by human emissions of CO2. And that's just bunk. The climate is complex. The climate's driven by many factors, and we're only just starting to begin to understand what drives the climate. And so when the modelling is based on CO2, the modelling is flawed, and as it turns out, always spits out wrong results. And every prediction based on climate modelling has been wrong. And so while climate modelling is used in this flood study, it's going to be wrong, and it's going to have real-world implications on people. People are going to be told, no, you can't use your land, or you can't insure your land, or your land that wasn't in a flood zone before now is. And sometimes that might actually be true based on real evidence, but other times it'll be based on modelling and just be false. And so we're mixing a whole lot of truth with lies. And so until we remove climate modelling from the study, I don't think we should even release the study.
Thank you, Councillor Hornshaw. Councillor Shepherd.
Off the back of those comments, question, Mr Mayor, through you to the appropriate party, would we be permitted to put up flood modelling that does not include the relevant climate science and forecasting?
Thank you, Madam CEO.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Group Manager Plain West.
Thank you. Through you, Madam CEO, our flood modelling data uses past events, such as the 2021 flood and the 2013 flood events, as a standard in this science and the work that's done through our consultancies. We do use climate change modelling at the moment. That is common practice. Certainly is something that could be considered, but it would be not following best practice management that we can see through the flood modelling at the moment, to answer that.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. On the back of that, I had another question that arose from that comment. Through you, Mr Mayor, through Madam CEO, again, if council wasn't considering this modelling when it does these kinds of studies, what implications might there be for funding applications for infrastructure that hasn't considered these things, whether it's brand new builds or resilience measures, any and all of it?
Thank you, Madam CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Group Manager Plain West.
Through you, Madam CEO, we do work very closely with New South Wales DQ, so the Department of Environment and Climate Change at the moment. The state funding does have conditions that we would have to follow for those studies. That would include climate change predictions and modelling. So such as the Camden Haven flood study that is being sponsored by the grant funding through that, we would not be eligible for that grant funding if we didn't use that data.
Thank you. All right, I think we've got a lot of information already. Happy to take a right of reply if Councillor Interman needs it, or happy to put it to a vote. Thank you. Happy to do that. All those in favour? Councillor Interman, Shepherd, Libervac, myself, Kirkman, Tubman, Edwards. Those against? Councillor Hornshaw, thank you. I declare the item carried. And we will await Director Fish returning. Thank you, Officer West. All right, we have item 13.05, walking and cycling review for public exhibition. Anyone to move? The staff. Thank you, Councillor Shepherd, seconded by Councillor Edwards. All right, anyone like to talk? Thank you, Councillor Shepherd.
Yes, thank you. Again, want to acknowledge the huge body of work that's been undertaken by staff on this, noting that when Council went out with engagement around the integrated transport plan, substantially included a number of matters within the walking and cycling review. And even before the integrated transport plan, in fact, well, what was going into that review for the integrated transport plan included, in fact, a huge long list of everything that everyone had ever specified they would like to see in terms of walking and cycling as well as other things. So we're talking about just a huge body of work that's been done and fundamentally responding to community input right from the start. So well done to staff to bringing it to this point as a strategic way forward for our investment in walking and cycling related activities into the future. I do want to note again, or press that point again, that the community engagement looked to particularly try and get input from young families and from youths. I hadn't been aware that in the previous huge amount of engagement input that was received from the community, that actually a disproportionate amount of that did come from the older part of our community, who perhaps are a bit more engaged and aware of the significance of giving input on these sorts of things. And so, given that young families and youths substantially are going to be significant users of this infrastructure into the future, I do hope that we can find ways to specifically be seeking out input from those parties also as a part of this engagement.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Echo those sentiments. Fantastic work, long time in the making, and great to see it's finally here and ready to go out to the public for comment. We've all heard that this walking and cycling review and all the engagement to date has received the highest level of engagement of anything that's been put out, I believe, in the past. So hopefully people get on board again now and confirm if we're on the right track with this document that's going to exhibition. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Hornshaw.
I am in favour of this motion, and I think that cycling, shared paths for kids on scooters and pedestrians and old people on mobility scooters and cycling for recreation are very useful, and it's good if they actually go somewhere and don't just go nowhere. They aren't just built ad hoc. I think it's great to have a plan for those things, which this is. The concerns I had with the previous motion, that it was based on climate modelling, compelled me to vote against that one. In this case, there is some stuff in there that talks about net zero, and it talks about that our bike paths are going to change the weather. They're not. It's not material, though, in this case. It's just wasted paper. And so it doesn't preclude me from voting for it, but it's not going to change the climate. It's not even going to stop anyone from driving who wants to drive. People don't use these sort of paths to replace a commute. People that want to commute on a bike want to use the normal road. They don't even want to use a bike path. They want to use the normal road. They want to be slower than the traffic, not faster than the pedestrian traffic and having to crash into it. And so it doesn't do that, but I don't feel that matters. Because it will achieve the major purpose of being good amenities for families, old people, and everybody in our community.
Thank you, Councillor Hornshaw. Any further comments before a right of reply? I see none. Right of reply not required. Thank you. I put that to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Shepherd. Oh, thank you. All in favour. None opposed. I declare that carried unanimously. All right, item 13.7, planning proposal, Thrumpster Business Park, PP 2023-2079, DD 32.2023.006.01. Applicant, Love Project Management, proponent, Thrumpster Business Park Limited. Someone have a motion to put on that one? Thank you, Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. I've got an additional clause 6, but I will take the liberty of reading the recommendation because I think that generally spells out what will arise from the decision. So I move that Council 1 endorse the draft planning proposal attachment 1 to enable rezoning of land at Thrumpster Business Park and associated amendments prepared under 3.33 of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act 1979. 2. that council forward the draft planning proposal to the New South Wales Department of Planning and Environment for a gateway determination under section 3.34 of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act 1979, and request that the gateway determination authorise council to be the local plan making authority. 3, that council delegate authority to the Director, Community Planning and Environment to make any minor amendments to the planning proposal prior to seeking a gateway determination, and action or address conditions of gateway determination accordingly. 4, receive a report following the public exhibition period on any submissions received, and 5, notify the proponent of council's decision, with the to that point being the staff recommendation, with the addition of clause 6, request the Chief Executive Officer to provide a report to the March 2025 Ordinary Council meeting, providing an update on the development of the affordable housing actions being considered under Council's recently endorsed affordable housing plan.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. I'm happy to second. Would you like to talk to that item?
Yes, just briefly, we had a representation on Monday night and some questions and information back and forward in that stage, and further inquiries. For me, it was really important to make the relevant inquiries to ensure that we were not missing an opportunity to ensure that there were mechanisms to ensure that we're not going to miss out on affordable housing outcomes. And having scrutinised that in great detail, thank you, Director Watkins, I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable that that's the case. So that being the case, have added the additional clause 6 in relation to an update on the affordable housing actions to ensure that we will be in a position that we continue to improve our position into the future to be delivering on the affordable housing plan, ensuring we have the mechanisms in place when items come to the development assessment stage to ensure that we're getting the right outcomes for our community.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. I just have a question to you, Madam CEO, with respect to item 6, just as a courtesy, are you comfortable with what's provided there?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we are.
Thank you. Any further speakers on this item? I hear none. Right of reply? Not required. Put that to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you, Councillor Interman. None opposed. I declare that carried unanimously. Item 13.12, policy review, stormwater management policy, post-public exhibition. Councillor Interman, you have a motion.
Yes, I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Which is simply
Councillor
to
Shepherd.
adopt it. Thank you. Nevertheless, as I have spoken with Director Fish earlier, I did want to bring this out to address the Warhope CBD issue with stormwater. And so this is my speaking in favour of the motion, and I will follow up with a question to Director Fish through the CEO. I see the correspondence that we got on 2 days ago states that Council has completed a comprehensive stormwater management plan for Warhope, focusing on the CBD area, and there are initial, from this they've prepared initial concept plans and cost estimates, which includes various matters in the CBD. Now, also there will be coming up in February a community-facing plan as the next step in this process, probably in February. Okay, so that's all really great, and we're moving forward on that. But the next thing is that we need funding, and so I would ask through the CEO that that Director Fish make a couple of comments on where we're at, particularly the urgency with which we might be able to deal with some of these matters in the CBD, and that's the main part of it. But the second part of my question will be, is there any value at all in us resolving here that there needs to be a consideration in the upcoming budget, or will that consideration happen anyway? Thank you. Through the Mayor to CEO.
Thank you, Madam CEO.
Mr. Mayor. Director Fish.
Yeah, through you, Madam CEO. As Councillor Interman has mentioned, the Stormwater Management Plan has been developed and outlines a number of actions with respects to improvement of stormwater within the Woolhope CBD. That plan outlines approximately $8 million of work, so the investment required is certainly considerable. The key components of that work are essentially enlarging the culverts that go from the CBD down to Blackbutt Creek, so essentially between Young Street and Blackbutt Creek, and then stormwater infrastructure up Young Street itself, and then within the low point on High Street, augmentation of the drainage system there, and also creation of an overland flow path to support those larger events that go beyond the capacity of obviously the pipe network. And there's also a number of curb inlet pits that are identified for enlargement. So as I've mentioned, the cost of those works is $8 million. The main component of that work is certainly the enlargement of the culverts from the CBD area down to Blackbutt Creek, and that is also the element of works that would create the greatest level of benefit. So to provide for any improvement would certainly need significant upfront funding to, I guess, give that level, any level of improvement. So obviously the Stormwater Management Plan has been received. As Councillor Interman referred to, we will be reporting a community-facing Stormwater Strategic Action Plan up to Council early next year, and we will cover off as a couple of example catchments within that report, just in terms of, I guess, how we may look at these things going forward. With the receipt of the management plan and also the costs, I guess that allows consideration within our long-term financial plan. We have very limited funding availability for stormwater upgrades within that long-term financial plan, and that's on top of needing to improve existing stormwater network in terms of to improve condition of the existing network, let alone be able to upgrade it. So these are all things that we need to balance certainly going forward, and I guess as we look to develop up that integrated planning suite of documents going forward, it'll be about identification of what the next steps may be, which certainly would be around detailed design, but that will also need review of the other catchments across our LGA that also have, I guess, pressing needs where there's inundation of property or risk to the public.
Thank you, Director Fish. And Councillor Interman, if all good there. Okay, any further speakers on this item? Seeing here none. Right of reply, not required. I put that to the vote. All those in favour? All in favour, none opposed. I declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. All right, so we are now into the confidential matters, items 14.01 to 14.3. Do I have a mover and seconder that items 14.01 to 14.03 listed on the agenda be considered in the confidential session of council? Thank you, Councillor Limpovac, seconded by Councillor Kirkman. Thank you. All those in favour? All in favour, none opposed. Do I have a mover and seconder to move that council meeting be closed to the public for the consideration of confidential items for the reasons as listed in the report? Councillor Lipovac, Councillor Tubman, thank you. All those in favour? None opposed. I declare that carried unanimously. I just ask those members of the public currently in the chambers if you could please leave the meeting whilst the confidential items are being dealt with. You are most welcome to return to the meeting when we resume the closed session. Thank you, Robin.
Point 1, to approve the listing for sale of one single lot of council-owned vacant land zoned R1 general residential identified in this report. 2, endorse a listing price as specified within point 2 of the staff recommendation. 3, delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer under Section 377 of the Local Government Act 1993 to 1, finalise and execute all necessary documentation associated with the sale of the land, and 2, undertake the actions required to complete the divestment in accordance with the attached divestment plan. 4, request that following the sale and settlement of the land, the CEO provide a progress report on the sale to council at the next available meeting of council after the transaction is completed. 5, maintain confidentiality of this report and its recommendations in accordance with section 10A2 of the Local Government Act 1993 to protect the commercial interests and privacy of the transaction. And 6, resolve that the net proceeds of the land sale be paid into the property reserve to be used for future strategic property investment activities. That item was carried unanimously. With regard to item 14.02, strategic land purchase for future infrastructure provision, Council resolved 1, that the note the information provided in the report. 2, that Council delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer under section 377 of the Local Government Act 1993 to 1, finalise and execute all necessary documentation associated with the acquisition of land. 2, undertake all actions required to complete the acquisition in accordance with the acquisition plan. 3, request that the Chief Executive Officer provide a progress report on the acquisition of the land to Council at the next most appropriate meeting of Council following the settlement of the land. 4, maintain the confidentiality of the documents and considerations regarding this matter. 5, if the subject land is purchased pursuant to section 34 of the Local Government Act 1993, commence the process to classify the land as identified in this report as operational land by placing it on public exhibition for a minimum of 28 days. That item was carried unanimously. Item 14.03, confidential legal matter advice. Council resolved that Council 1, note the information provided in this report and the attached legal advice, and 2, approve option 1.1 as included in the report, 28.2 in the attached legal advice. That item was also carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. I appreciate that. So that brings us to the conclusion of our final meeting for 2024, as far as I understand. So I just wanted to say a quick thank you to all councillors for your cohesive and collaborative approach to decision making and supporting all parts of our community in the first 3 months of this new term. Also want to thank our staff for their support. The information, the work you do is greatly appreciated and helps us make better decisions and more informed decisions, but that it extends to all council staff as well, so all 600 plus. We appreciate your efforts, but also to our community. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to find our feet as a council, but also to continue to engage with us and support our decisions as well. So with that, I wish everyone a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, get some rest, and let's see each other in February. But at this point, I declare the meeting closed at 2:56 p.m. Thank you.